So, whose idea was it to turn up the heat again and make us all suffer in this heat because heat is apparently also nice? God, I have this talk with my parents sometimes where, um, it seems they're currently, affecting my throat. Um, I have this talk with them sometimes where, like, they are in favor of heat. I am opposed to heat. Like, I'm very much a cold kind of person. They are heat, a very heat kind of people. And I'm just like, how can you enjoy the heat? I'm a cold kind of person. I don't like the cold. I like the cold. I don't like the hot. I don't like the hot.
Follow my lead.
But if I remember last time yeah, we finished the Euremerus fight. And now I didn't want to go into the webway yet because I had a feeling that when I was doing that I would be probably stuck in cutscenes and stuff for another hour or two. Ah. Ah, you completed chapter 3, okay.
Horrors of Camorra behind them. A long and arduous journey, possible only with the help of a Xenos guide, lay ahead for the rogue trader and his party. From one strange destination to the next, through unknowable environments, the mere sight of which could drive one to madness.
I thought chapter 3 was alright. It wasn't my favorite, it wasn't the worst, it was okay. Yeah. A bit short, but then again, chapters themselves are probably quite short if you don't spam side content.
They managed to escape the labyrinthian webway and find their way back home.
Oh, we're back at Janus. We're back in Janus. Old man, a poorly shaved commoner, worn coveralls, eyes with suspicion. He's clutching an autogun that looks like it is one careless reload away from falling apart. The man narrows his eyes and inquires, "Oi, who are you lot? You're not bandits, are you?" Upon noticing a non-human in your retinue, the old man grimaces with contempt and clutches the Aquila hanging around his neck. "And chumming around with a human scum, no less! Begone, you ranky freak! I compel you in St. Ignatius's name, in St. Nicomede Keephi's name, in St. Drusus's name!" Eclendor casts a wary eye over the commoner and cries quietly, "Is this monkey possessed or simply mad?" Or am I you ask? I'm Rocky von Valencia, on your knees and navel, you still have them. And the master of this palette, Mariusz Pujanowski von Valencia, and I require something from you. "Blast throne, you're joking me! His lordship, in these here backwoods! Oh, what an honor! A big ol' honor this!" This man drops to his knees and tries his best to hide his travesty of a firearm, pretending that he was not just pointing it at your chest a moment ago. "I'm just a low-born, small, humble man. I've only ever seen your lustrous visage on the holy icons in the temples of the capital." Sorry. "So, who are you?" "I'm a scout, your lordship. I wander the woods. I test the soil." Taking great care, the old man reaches into his sack and pulls out a scratched auspex with a long spike wrapped in a muddy rag. "The tech priest told me, once 1,000 steps you have walked, thrust the mystical probe into the soil, say a prayer, then press the smaragdine seal. Offer 3 prayers to the emperor, then press the ruby seal. Thus will the probe test the land and tell you what minerals dwell wherein." "So, what do the people you honor say about my abduction?" The man gives you a puzzled look. "What's that? Did some rotter abduct you? Who could perpetrate such villainy? Goodness, his lordship, the nerve! I had heard nothing here in Ioannus." "How are things in the colony?" "I won't shame myself by complaining. We live thanks be to the God Emperor and your lordship. We pray for your health every day. Our new masters, the Ultra Inquisitors, they're a dignified bunch. They fancy a learned type, though, and no good ever comes from scholars. But on the upside, they're paying you thrones for your service. Can you believe it? I hadn't seen a throne in my whole life, and they're giving us 2 for every month's work." His expression darkens. There's this plague going around on you and your soul. Makes your hair fall out, your skin go pale, and your voice disappear. Turns normal god and bird-faring people into right freaks, scum of humanity. Wow, they're suddenly yawning so much. We call folks like that wretches, scary to look at, better to put them all down. Well, we do, little by little, with poison. This is the governor well? Can't say I have the foggiest. We never even heard the governor's name, but it still beats living under the accused heretic who stands at the bloodsucker. I need a shuttle and some means of contacting the astropathic choir so I can summon my void ship here. In a jiffy, your lordship. Please be welcome to a flying ferry. It's right over yonder in the brush. It's also where our expeditions as Voxvisit is staying. Eklander shoots you a keen look and asks coldly, Will your capital offer protection? I didn't wish to exchange one prison for another. The old man glances at the farther suspiciously. Will that there chatty mug be flying in to the capital with your lordship? He's got an awful big mouth. He looks like trouble. Yeah, he's coming with me as my guest. With a frowning grimace, the commoner bows and mutters under his breath, Oh, this won't end well. With guests like these, better grab him by the floppers into the pyre. Burn him right quick. Okay, fuck you. Okay, cool. So Pascal and Pascal and what's the other guy's name? Eugen. What beautiful experiments have taken over the ship.
Oi, brav. We have returned. Oi, brav.
I couldn't stop yawning so much. The high-ranking officers beam with genuine happiness. Denrock steps forward and solemnly says, Welcome to the bridge, Lord Captain. Like the rest of the crew, we are overjoyed by your return. I thank the Emperor for it. The crew stares in awe and terror at the giant towering over the crowd. Some make the sign of the Aquila on their chests, others collapse to their knees with a prayer to the god Emperor on their lips. This wave of pious shock doesn't seem to discompose Ulfar in the slightest. He just chuckles into his beard and glances around curiously. Marisaeus' presence alone is enough to elicit gasps of dismay and whispers from the crowd. The Ducari ignores all monkey reactions to his person and surveys the ship's bridge, examining every detail with ostentatiously cool interest. His markedly casual posture is belied by the subtle and unusual tension in his body. Henrix von Kellex approaches you. He's not looking his best. It seems he has not slept in quite a while. Lord Captain, allow me to express how glad I am that you have rejoined us, alive and unharmed. Shireen, light of my eyes, I'm overjoyed to see you among us once more. Truly, the Exalted One is merciful for showing you the way back home. I hope all the Ashmugs who left us to languish without the Lord Captain have already become food for the warp demons. Domin Mariusz Bujanowski, the flagship without you, was like a body without a heart. Its blood froze in its veins. We welcome your return and stand ready to serve. Lord Captain, I am so glad to see you. I nearly lost it when you up and disappeared on me. I was getting by on stimulants and recaf. I barely slept, also I could keep listening to the whispers for any clue on how to find you. The only other time I felt so powerless was when Lady Theodora... Pardon me, Lord Captain, I'm talking nonsense. Pascal offers you a respectful bow. The return of the Master of the Temple is an event honored by every spirit that dwells within the sacred systems and machines of this abode. Eugen raises his hands in a gesture of solemn greeting. My neural implants are overloaded with relief at beholding you in good health, rogue trader. I never doubted that the strength of your spirit and mind would triumph over Xenos treachery, and this is an incontrovertible fact. Once you are restored to health, I beg you to meet me on the bridge. A disaster has struck. Nancius has stopped speaking. Janitor Ferrens volunteered to inspect my esteemed colleague, yet he now dares to assert that he is fully operational. First off, how do you guys know so much about my abduction? Not much, Lord Captain. All contact with your party was lost shortly after the supposed pirates boarded the ship and abducted your companions as kinspeople. We immediately sent shuttles with boarding parties to your aid, but we didn't find anyone on the ship save for the crew, all of whom had either been butchered or driven insane. Rioritz's expression is inscrutable, but her eyes are fixed on you and you alone. Since your lordship's body was never recovered, we hoped against hope that you were still alive. Alas, even our most alert auger operators never spotted anything suspicious, and thus our ignominious failure put you in dire peril. Henrik's gaze, tense and almost desperate, is focused on you, but he says nothing, for now at least. Dare we inquire what happened to your lordship? Your late help to the guard. No, I'm glad you realize you are to blame for. My old servants, Zirkus, Xenos, tried to take your leader from you, but their plan has failed. I'm once again with you. Are you with me? I'm glad you realize that you are blamed to my capture. Nah, I'm not gonna. My lord servant.
Left to the enemies of the House of Valencias. Seize the culprit and tear the heads of them, then stock him next to the throne, Lord Captain.
The furious officers grabbed their weapons, as if eager to crush the foes who dared breach the sanctity of your person right here and now. This is so touching. Marisa's voice is laced with venom. Where has my ship been all this time? The officers' council decided to take the ship to Footfall, where one can hear the gossip of the entire expanse. Our agents tirelessly searched for information about your lordship. Had we heard even a whisper of where you were in prison, we would have immediately launched a rescue expedition. While you were absent, Lord Captain, we made every effort to find you. That resulted in a number of modifications to the ship that have significantly upgraded it. Thanks to a favorable deal secured by the esteemed High Factotum, the ship is now equipped with state-of-the-art auger systems and direction finders from Kiava Gamma. Oi. Your master is waiting for a prop celebration. We begin at once, your lordship.
Glory to the rogue trader, glory to House of Valencias.
Your subjects' triumphant roar sends a tremor through the bridge. It is as though the ship itself is greeting its long-lost owner. The factotum smacks his lips awkwardly and adds in a quiet voice, Lord Captain, the senior officers will report you shortly. In your absence, we received a number of astropathic messages and dispatches that demand your attention. Oh, Nomos. The group of servitors suddenly stirs, their movement frighteningly identical even for automatons. They stare at you and say in perfect unison, Hello, Nomos have come to welcome you back. We sense that a great deed has been done, a vivid imprint on existence. You did something very important. What was it? I escaped from a dark city of the Xenos and showed them mercy. It suits you, what we see in you, light and connections without the urge to destroy. Did Nomos say it correctly? The servitor chorus, which sounds as a single voice, falls silent. Nomos appears to be waiting for your response in eager anticipation. I'm glad you're learning to understand me, Nomos. After a long pause, the servitor chorus responds with unexpected forcefulness. Nomos are glad to. We must go now. We will come to speak with you later. Another pause follows, so long that the silence becomes more piercing than a scream. Then the servitors finally break it. We felt sadness when we could no longer communicate with you, and we were worried about your fate. One can detect with naked eye the moment when Nomos leaves the bridge. The servitors stop moving and sink and slowly shuffle off to their posts. Aw, Nomos misses me. Is that? Yes. Yes, we want him here. Your lordship, I was report highly compromising information about a member of your retinue. Namely, Mistress J. Haydari, who it turns out is nothing of the sort, but a commoner, a fugitive from the law, and a deserter from the Imperial Guard. I have solid evidence to prove it. I want to know the details. I may have overlooked some nuances, but I have solid evidence that the person whom we presently know as J. Haydari served in the 19th Ifrit Regiment, and was identified as a perpetrator of numerous instances of theft and smuggling, as well as desertion. And this individual is not of noble birth, but of the lowest origins. How do you come to know this? In your lordship's absence, the burden of watching over the dynasty's treasury fell upon my shoulders. I deemed J. Haydari the likeliest threat to the dynasty's material security. I had my people conduct an investigation, and they uncovered a past connection between Haydari and an individual by the name of Mercy, a highly influential figure in the Casbella Commission, with a dangerous reputation. Fearing that the predatory interests of the Casbellica would pose a threat to you coffers, I began my own investigation. It was entirely reasonable to suspect collision of some kind between Haydari and Mercy, and some suspicions were confirmed. The two were connected. It was from Mercy's associates that I acquired the compromising intelligence on Haydari. This evidence better be incontrovertible. The factotum bows and holds a data slate to you. It is all here, your lordship. Official records from the administratum, as attestations from the departmentum monitorum, and much more besides. Well, I wish to see Jay Haydari, then we have stuff to discuss. Hey, Jay, so, up to me, did you really wanna be quester? Jace's voice and bearing undergo stark transformation. Bitter soldier slang cut through her typically gentle speech. Don't miss a thing, you servants, Marish Bujanovsky. And they're sneaky as, too. They climb up a Grux's house to find out what they want to know. We need to talk about your past. Only if this scum slings his hook. Jay nods at the now much paler Danrock.
Well, your lordship, ask away. I'll tell it like it is. I'm not going to try to wriggle out of it.
So, tell me the real story.
So what do you want to hear, Shireen? A children's tale about a beautiful princess? A ballad about a queen of thieves? How about a new story, Shireen? Once upon a time, there was a little girl who lived on a sand-covered lump of rock. And the core of that rock contained untold riches for servants of the Imperium. The girl scraped out those riches with her little hands, breaking her back and coughing up her lungs, on behalf of people who had never clapped eyes upon her, and who would never know her name. She did this every day until she turned 16, and then his servants came and drafted the girl into the 19th Ifrit Regiment. Can you imagine? Of course, the regiment was wiped out on its first sortie, but the girl survived. The Exalted One protects. So what was next? Years serving in the Astra Militarum, just a shitload of hard labor, and fighting, and deals, and shady connections, and new opportunities. But everything in this world ends sooner or later, Shireen. The now not-so-little girl went and fell in with the Kasbalika. She saved up a little gold, and she even indulged in excess from time to time. Until living the good life almost cost the little girl her head after her patrons got caught in an internal investigation between the Officio Prefectus and Departamentum Munitorum. So the girl ran as fast as her little legs could carry her, until her eyes and the beams of fortune brought her to the expanse. A shitty story, all things considered, Shireen.
Do you have a family?
The folks on Footfall are my only family, Shireen. The trickster twins and the rest of the rabble, plain-talking and loyal as dogs. And sometimes as dull as the pommel of a worn-out blade.
So you used to be in the Imperial Guard?
Corporal Haydari reporting for duty, sir. I've had enough of the Astra Militarum shit to last a lifetime, Shireen. And my body's collected enough souvenirs from run-ins with Xenos and heretics to last 2 lifetimes. Except, when it comes to the Guard, there's no such thing as used to be. That wretched life sank its claws into me good. But that also means I remember what it's like to be a small, shaking, insignificant pawn. And that's why I appreciate what I have now all the more.
How do you get involved with the Kasbalika?
What? You think it's difficult? Once me and my fellow guardsmen snuck into the upper city in search of a good watering hole, where the high and mighty of that world congregated. Another time, our regiment was sent to defend the tallest spires on a hive world. And I had an epiphany. I saw how the other half lives. And by half, I mean the ones born with a diamond spoon in their mouth, instead of an entrenching shovel rammed up their arse. My eyes were open to the truth, Shireen. The Imperium is full of opportunities, even for people like myself. The trick is knowing whose palms to grease, whose boots to lick, whose throat to squeeze, and whose arses to kick. I was very popular with everyone in the Guard Command, you see. I'd procure things for them, whatever they wanted. And so the Kasbalika took notice.
That explains the long game plan, but what about the hand?
It was orcs. Not everything I say is a lie, Shireen.
So you're a deserter as well?
You know, Shireen, I could still be bouncing around from one world to another, hold up on tired old ships with only venal grunts for company if I hadn't decided I wanted more for my life. I accepted a shipment from the Kasbalika of certain chemicals. You know, for carnal pleasures and the like. Some bigwig was throwing a party to celebrate his 5th decade in the service.
Certain chemicals, like Aphrodisiacs?
And that's when I got the attention of the newly arrived commissar. I was rummaging through the pockets of Astra Militarum with one hand and shuffling the Kasbalican cargo with the other. You can imagine what would have happened to my head had the commissar not started with my higher-ranked patrons.
Okay, I see.
Whoop the never mind.
Whoop-de-fucking do. Who is this mercy that Denroka has accused you of associating with?
We knew each other once. He helped me make the move to the Expanse and establish my first connections. But that's an old story I prefer not to poke at if I can help it. Things are good in my life now, and I don't need mercy.
I bet you knew Persona.
Are you worried I'm going to start spitting on the deck and shriveling your officers' ears with my foul tongue? Don't be, Shireen. I much prefer being seen as a princess rather than a deserter. I'll continue to play the part in front of the others, but you wanted to talk frankly, so I've dropped the act.
Alright, okay, well, put into your duties.
Sir, yes, sir. Your lordship, Shireen. I'll be here, all primed and ready to go.
Jace's lips curve into a faint smile now that the seal of silence that has shackled them for years has finally been broken. Denrook adjusts his jacket before addressing you. Now then, you lad captain. Shall we get to business? We have a number of items to go over. First and foremost, I have news about your subjects. In the time that you were gone, the servants of House of Valencias have told tirelessly the service to you and to the benefit of the entire trade protectorate. Once word of your return reaches every Valencia's world, why, the masses will be ecstatic. And never before has the Expanse known a leader as merciful as you. The fanatics of the Creed may whisper about the heresies of the mind burgeoning under your rule, but your benevolence has forever captured the souls of millions of ordinary subjects. The Expanse is in flames, your lordship. Squadrons and smaller groups of despicable Drukari raid our systems. The cult of the Final Dawn has emerged in full force, wreaking havoc everywhere. We've heard rumors of the fall of Sentinels' pride, House Corda's world. An outrageous sacrilege, given how abundant and expensive Prometheum is there. Strife has broken out between House Winterscale and House Corda. Chaos reigns everywhere. Only the esteemed Lord Inquisitor is trying to fight it, concentrating all available forces at footfall to draw them into fists that will smash the rampaging heretics and Xenos vermin. What kind of Xenos are attacking the Expanse? Drukari, your lordship. Their squadrons, both large and small, are invading the Expanse, unleashing carnage on planets, taking captives by the thousands, and attacking ships. It is something has poked their nest, if you will, and now they're lashing out. Gee, I wonder what just happened. How fair the world of my dynasty. The heretics' malicious acts make it difficult to maintain astropathic contact with the colonies. The cult of the Final Dawn strikes everywhere, and their sleeper agents are active on every planet. On Vibos 6, a mutiny was crushed after a group of newly arrived prisoners succumbed to blasphemous propaganda. But other worlds stand firm against the onslaught of the enemies of humanity, and do not succumb to their pernicious influence. So, Xavier Calazar is leading the defense? Exactly. The esteemed Lord Inquisitor Calazar has declared himself warden of the Cornus Expanse and issued orders to requisition troops. He has made Footfall his base of operations, as it was the most logically convenient point. From there, his fleet strikes throughout the Expanse, destroying the forces of the Cult of the Final Dawn and the abominable Drukari. He may be all that currently stands in the way of the Expanse being reduced to ashes. When heretics laid siege to Euphrates II, the hallowed forge of the Cognizance fleet, the Lord Inquisitor sent an enormous force. Now they and the explorator squadrons recalled from the front lines stand together against the heretics in a battle for the sacred planet. Or it's this whole of the strife between Incendia and Caligos. When an esteemed Lord Inquisitor called upon the rogue trainers to join his forces, her ladyship Incendia Corda heeded the summons, whereas Lord Caligos Winterscale ignored it. Rumor says that his refusal was defiant in manner and served as pretext for Lady Corda to declare war on House Winterscale. Winterscale's ships are being hunted and his worlds occupied under the pretense of compelling them to submit to the Imperial Creed. Surprisingly, for all his love of fighting, Winterscale is in no hurry to defend his domain. According to to intercept the astropathic messages. He and his retinue are currently on quest to Temere, hunting down a Xenos fleet. Eldari, by all appearances. Eldar? Is there anything I should know? Lord Captain, during your absence, the retinue has seen certain changes. The esteemed Master Anthar will no longer be able to accompany you. According to a message from the Adeptus Arbites, he has been discharged and is currently an overseer of B-Post 6. However, Prefect Volter has informed me that you have the authority to challenge that decision and have Master Anthar reinstated. Someone has been discharged? But why? The Adeptus Arbites tasked him with a mission of some sort that, as far as I know, ended in failure, leading to Master Anthar being deemed unworthy of his rank and unfit to serve you. I would like to note that his Cybermastiff is still on board. Due to the damage the dog sustained on Thessera, Master Anthar left it in the care of your tech priest. I heard it was an implant malfunction. The servants of the Omnissiah have patched up the creature, but they have also warned that the final synchronization of the implants with those of Master Anthar is required before the Cybermastiff can be considered fully repaired. Fucking get him back in, I need Solomon. Then I'll send a request to Master Anthar reinstated and notify the overseers on V-Bus 6 of your impending arrival. I have good news to share as well. Our preparations for the deployment of the Heartless have been completed. The ship is fully operational and ready to perform the duty you set out for it. The frigate used to belong to the Tithe Thief. You boarded the ship and captured it. Okay. Okay, yeah. The factotum lowers his head in thought. There have been other minor developments. If you so wish, I will grant you and bring you up to speed on the bridge. I would not want them to take any time away from this occasion. People at a oh, we got lots of good stuff. Thanks for the report. Oh, Lord, man, you're still here. What's up, man?
Lord Captain, Abelard bows his head. Allow me to make a request, a personal one. While you were away, the Choir Master received an astropathic message from Dargonus. It concerns my family. The Versarians have been accused of treason against House of Valancius.
But how is that possible? What?
I cannot comprehend it. The Seneschal shakes his head helplessly. The Versarians have served as the Versarians have served the rogue trade dynasty loyally for generations. This is hard to admit, but the news has come as a crushing blow. The accusations were leveled by or on behalf of the Drefstems, the governing house. Under normal circumstances, the investigation would not have required your involvement. My family would have been. But being of noble stock, the Versarians are entitled under an ancient custom to petition for a rogue trader as personal protection once in a generation. Your personal protection, your lordship.
Abelard raises his gaze to you.
Do not deny us that honor, I implore you.
Abelard, what if your family is guilty? Did the Cormat Cinematic or assemble a person to take part in the investigation? Nah, I trust Lord, man. Abelard breathes a sigh of relief and seems to grow an inch or two taller.
You'll be done, Lord Captain.
Hey, what do you want? Idira hurriedly enters the study, sniffing and hunching her shoulders. She looks haggard. There are bags under her eyes. Her hair is disheveled, and her hands quiver slightly every few moments. With some effort, she focuses her eyes on you and forces a crooked smile. Thank you to agreeing to hear me out, Lord Captain. Here's the deal. After all that happened recently, the voices in my head suddenly flared up and started gabbling worse than before. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm handling them just fine, but I think I know of a way I can get them to settle down a bit. I keep having the same vision over and over again. I'm walking down a corridor, and there's this door at the end, and I just know that right behind that door is blissful silence. All I've got to do is reach out and open it. So I touch it with my fingers. I can feel the cold, rough metal. And then I suddenly snap out of it, and I always find myself staring at the wall in some compartment or other. I look behind me, and all the doors on the way are open, but I have no memory of how I got there. Lord Captain, I'll cut to the chase. Please help me find that door. I'm not joking, this is a matter of life and death. My gut tells me it's my last chance to deal with my powers, and if I don't... Before I make my decision, I have questions. Absolutely, Lord Captain. Ask me anything, I'll try my best to answer. What do you think is behind that door? I have no idea. Maybe it's some incredible implant from the tech priest's secret stores? Or, I don't know, a serum kept in the Inquisition's vault? There's such a thing as archaeotech, right? Plenty of it lying around. Maybe some of it could help me. Idira is trying to maintain a facade of confidence by simultaneously pulling at the hangnail so hard her finger begins to bleed. Ugh. Do your visions contain any clues on where to start looking? Vague ones as usual. I think I can hear the muffled cries of some weird birds, and my head is sweating like it's somewhere hot. I'm surrounded by rock radio, everyday Imperial stuff, except it reeks of burnt flesh, fried cables, and chemicals. Sorry, that's about it. Nothing more concrete. But I think if you get close enough, I sense it immediately. Is the door you describe similar to the door where the whispers come from? No, well, I don't know. It feels different. The one from the visions feels very, I don't know, real? I can even touch it. It's definitely not an illusion. It really does exist somewhere. And trust me, neither of us wants to open the other door, the whispering one. What if it's a trap? No way! It can't be! Whatever, I'll go alone if you like. Just please help me get there. I have no more questions. Oh, we'll find that, we'll find this door, you have my word. Some of the darkness in Adira's eyes clears, and her smile widens slightly. Thank you, Lord Captain. I knew you wouldn't leave me in a bind. As soon as I sense we're close, I'll let you know right away. Oh, Jay Hadari. Wait, is that? No, that is Jay. The Exalted One bless the house of Von Valencias for your largest spirit, Shireen, and thank you for deigning to speak with me. Jay turns unusually hesitant, now tentatively choosing the words that only a moment ago rolled off her tongue in an uninterrupted cascade. Here's the thing, Shireen. My network of trade representatives has been stretched a little too thin recently, like a chiffon dress on a whore. Supplies are all over the place. Orders are being filled, clients are kicking off, and not without reason, and revenue's plummeting. And if that wasn't bad enough, my guys running things on football have been incommunicado recently, and an astropathic message has found... Can I stop yawning? And an astropathic message has finally come in to tell me why. Some Ashmag, or Ashmags, thorough smite them, has captured my gang, and they're threatening to kill every last one of those hand-grafting webs if I don't do what they want. And they only want one thing, the Mercatum Tabla Oficiale in exchange for my gang's lives. Jay tosses her thick mane of hair and grits her teeth, looking more vicious than you've ever seen her. But I'm not giving up my certificate for anything, and nor am I going to leave my guys high and dry. That's why I'm begging for your help and protection, Sherry. If I have to step into a cage of hyenas, I'd rather do it with a lion at my side. Solomon did not say who sent the message. Shireen, you know yourself that all this astropathic chit-chat is nothing but a stream of images, thoughts, intentions. Nothing concrete. But I don't need the name of the sender. I already know it. I can smell Falco's stench all over this. Or else is Vladimir doing. This is just a damned Ashmax's style. I should take him. I shall help you to reach a limit. When you reach football, I help your associates. I look forward to that day, Shireen, and praise be to the Exalted One for bestowing such a miserly portion of haughty indifference upon your heart. Hey. Oh, is that you, Heinrich? Oh.
Mariusz Pujanowski. Heinrich gives you a curt nod in greeting. I apologize for barging in unannounced. I have received news that I must discuss with you face to face. You may recall that I mentioned that Achilles, Heinrich pauses before continuing, that Achilles' calendar was transferred into my remit by a colleague. The colleague in question has contacted me. She requires my immediate assistance.
Who is this colleague? Heinrich hesitates for a moment before answering.
Melina Lichtenhardt, sage to the Lord Inquisitor.
Tell me more about Emiliana. Who is she?
An acolyte who has assigned a different range of objectives and the Cronus expands.
Hendrik trails off and shakes his head.
Don't take me. I'm still trying to hide information from you even when I'm asking for your help. Emelina is a sage, a unique acolyte of the Inquisition who can absorb huge amounts of knowledge and store it in her own memory more securely than any data crypt. She entered the Lord Inquisitor's retinue before even I did. Talking to her is a strange experience, but it is barely scratching the surface of who she is. Emelina is an incredible scholar, an expert on the forbidden and the illicit, and of course she is a little servant of the Golden Throne.
You say talk to her is a strange experience. What does that mean? Henrik locks his fingers and says nothing for a few seconds.
Since birth, Emelina has been different from other people. Specialists in the Inquisition enhance her natural gifts of hypermnesia. There are certain procedures that can be done. She creates separate blocks of memory, which she can then lock under a code word or even overwrite with new information. She can organize her mind like a normal person arranges boxes on a shelf. One box might contain information about the recent mission in the Calixis, another the latest decrees of the Lex Imperialis, and another her own childhood memories. This level of compartmentalization might seem somewhat insane to the untrained eye, but it is the price one must pay to turn an ordinary servant into a useful tool of the Inquisition.
You said the forbidden and the illicit. What does that entail?
Emelina carries knowledge that is forbidden to common servants of the Imperium. She carries this knowledge within herself, as it cannot be entrusted to logs or cogitators.
Heinrich frowns.
I said before that acolytes of the Inquisition must shoulder a heavy burden, to come into contact with things that can penetrate and corrupt the soul. For sages, this is an especially trying ordeal. Emelina's hypermnesia has been enhanced so that she now remembers everything she sees, however briefly. After many years of service, she has examined and seen enough to become an unrivaled expert in this field.
You speak of her with obvious affection. Heinrichs gives you a crooked smile.
Melina was something of a mentor to me. She helped me when I had only just joined the Inquisitors' circle. She taught me psi techniques to maintain my focus and equanimity. She trained me in the finer details of working with archives and data crypts. She gave me the chance to unwind a little of my post by playing games of regicide with her.
You failed to mention the calls out other agents operating at Corners Expanse. This is to be expected. I believe I have a clear picture of Emelina now. What was her message?
Emelina's message is incomplete and distorted. It is impossible to make sense of every word. The only thing we know for certain is that an acolyte of the Inquisition is asking me to go immediately to fight on 4, a remote planet. In her message, she seems to be requesting either military support or help with an evacuation, but whatever precipitated this request, Emelina would not make it if it weren't absolutely necessary. I know a rogue trader has more than enough other matters to deal with. Nevertheless, I would like to officially request the Lord Captain's assistance in dealing with this issue.
Hendricks inclines his head.
I have no authority to demand anything from Hassan Valencius, therefore I am confining myself to a request, for the sake of the Cornus Expanse and the Imperium.
How do you circumvent me and acquire information from my aphtopathic choir? The interrogator says eyebrows lift.
Lord Captain, a rogue trader may be in a position to challenge the Inquisition's authority over the soul, mind, and actions, but a rogue trader's astropaths and Vox officers? Hardly.
Is there any hint of exactly what is threatening Thorn 4? Henrik says nothing for a time, then begins to speak, slowly, as though he's fighting against resistance.
For the avoidance of lakes, the detail of the objectives of specific acolytes shall remain a secret. All I can tell you is that the primary threat that Emelina was dealing with in the Cornus Expanse was Xenos. In particular, Drukhari raids on distant systems. A sage is ideally suited for gathering data about the chronology of this problem and finding appropriate methods for combating it. As for what Emelina is doing on Phthon 4 specifically, I don't know. I don't even know any details about the world itself, only that there are humans there, so either it has been colonized or a garrison has been established there. The cult of the Final Dawn has been my top priority here, and my investigation has given me no cause to turn my attention to that planet.
Are you certain you're asking for the help of the Imperium? And if I help you, what do I get out of it?
Saving an inhabited world is not sufficient incentive for you?
Heinrich tuts in disappointment.
I imagine the planet's inhabitants would be willing to part with all their worldly possessions in exchange for aid. Of course, you will receive whatever requisition resources I and Emelina deem not to be dangerous or prohibited by the Holy Inquisition.
Are you sure you're asking for the help of the sake of the Imperium, not because of your not because one of your own is in trouble? And more merciful, yeah.
Every agent of the Golden Throne is an insignificant cog in a system designed to protect the Imperium of Man. My responsibility to respond expeditiously to threats against our kind guides my every action.
Heinrich pauses.
That same responsibility rarely brings with it the chance to save a fellow agent's life. I will not lie and say that I'm not glad to have this chance today.
I shall help you, but go to Thorn 4 and put an end to this threat. Heinrich bows.
Thank you, Lord Captain. I am confident that this minor deviation from our primary course will help to stem the spread of anarchy in the Cornus Expanse, if only slightly. At the very least, we won't be outflanked. I have already spoken to the navigation crew and provided them with the coordinates to Phthon 4. We can set a course for it as soon as you give the order.
Come on, who else wants to talk? Oi, you're the entire party? What the fuck? Oh, this is bad if all of my companions are arriving. Oy. Ah.
Enough Xenos. Justice will be done, one way or another.
Heinrich's voice drips with venom.
Slither all you like, heretic spawn. We will never leave this ship unsaved.
The bridge is enveloped in an unusual silence. The officers on duty are huddling in the corners, looking uncuriously at what is transpiring in the center. What is going on? Catching sight of you, the curious crew members dash to their posts, leaving only the senior officers in the middle of the bridge.
For how long are you going to tolerate this filth on your ship, Mariusz Pudzianowski? This foul traitor who has already dragged you into the darkness once and who almost left your protector, Velvet Sovereign. Rogue traitor,
Heinrich's voice makes your blood run cold.
Has Eldari heresy clouded your judgment? Treachery always means death, either for the traitor or the one betrayed. You almost died in Comora. Your retinue, you know what became of them. Is it not high time that justice was done?
Those present nod wordlessly, but do not dare to interfere.
Now this is a fine spectacle. The inhuman gets what he deserves. Let us all watch and laugh.
Your wonderful path has led you into a rather thorny situation, cousin. You refused to beg for mercy in Comora, and now you will have to lick the boots of Monkey.
Silence, Xenos. Your turn will come.
Yerlin does not react to the curses being slung at her. With an imperturbable expression, she watches the crowd before her, then turns her gaze to you. Anyone else want to share their thoughts?
You know, Lord Captain, I will support any order you give, but to keep the Xenos in the retinue, especially after everything...
Abel costs you a tense look at Littlebridge.
After everything that has transpired because of her, it would not be wise.
The enemies of humanity have no place among humans. You know this. Cassia's hands shake a little and she clenches her fist. But death is far too merciful a sentence. What I endured was far more terrible. Yerlit blankly surveys the crowd. Yerlit will receive corporal punishment. Give Yerlit time to do me a favor, Henry. No. Execute Yerlit? No. Yerlit will now apologize to everyone who was harmed by her deed, and that will be enough. Marizai laughs airily. Now the Suriani will walk on her hind legs before the monkey. I'm glad I didn't rub by to see what all the fuzz was about. Yerlit's face contorts in a mix of emotions, from anger and hatred to dejection and despair. But soon she musters her courage and in a stilted, barely audible voice says, My words will not heal the wounds of your bodies, and still, I regret what you had to endure, because of me. See, she wants to understand humans more, and I feel her being forced to apologize and kind of try to be on the same level as the rest. I think this will help her understand humans more. Now, I might have just completely destroyed the romance, which I don't mind, because the romance is with Cassia, but, you know.
Words will not fix what has been done.
The interrogator grips his weapon, but he hesitates, shifting his intent gaze from you to the Xenos, and then back.
The Xenos' apologies ring hollow. There is neither repentance nor truth to them.
Disappointed by the outcome of the confrontation, the officers present slowly return to their duties. Are you alright? Yerlit shrugs uncertainly.
Your monkey have had it worse. I will live, and the wounds of my soul will eventually heal. They will live too, but their souls will forever bleed painful memories.
They will forgive you, not all of them right away, but they will.
Stop it. You cannot believe that, Alantak. I do not need words of comfort. The words of this monkey do not touch my soul. Only your thoughts matter. Yours and mine.
Do you really not care about what happened, or are you trying to consider your true feelings again?
I am sorry that my mistake led anyone along the paths of the Dark City. I can see their pain and rage. I understand. But the words and pity will not help them. Only time and, perhaps, revenge which will dull their pain for a little while. But you have taken away their chance for revenge, Alantak, and all we can do now is wait.
Yerlit nods and gestures elegantly before leaving.
Until we meet again, Alantak, may the darkness scatter into a myriad of new stars before you.
Pudzianowski, more like damn he can ski. Hello, Fartbath. Good afternoon, or in your case, morning. I actually used to ski. Can't say I want to do it again. So any new news? Oh,
Perhaps you would be interested in a Vox transmission I intercepted not too long ago, Lord Captain. The thoroughly encrypted message contained the coordinates of a landing site on a certain planet marked as rare cargo. I have not been able to uncover anything else, but I believe the encryption was intended for those who are involved in unsanctioned trade activities. A multitude of scout ships tirelessly explore the expanse in search of new resource deposits, but unfortunately all of them represent the interests of the Van Valencia's dynasty. I occasionally intercept Vox transmissions from ships prowling your domain in search of easy loot. An asteroid of the size of a small planet has been discovered in the Sotos' tomb system, and the prospectors believe there may be a wealth of resources hidden under the crust. And the last item for today. A few pilgrims from Footfall who were graciously welcomed aboard have been filling the cruisers' minds with tales of a world of the Ascended. They say that prayers on a world near the cold star Cinereus Maleficum have not ceased for several hundred years. They claim that the God Emperor himself chose this planet and raised all its people to his halls. Like this coughs over the fuck sisters is crazy. We have suppressed these rumors to ensure that the crew are not distracted from their vital tasks, but perhaps you might decide to visit this planet given its unusual reputation. That'll be all for now then. How's it going, Fartbath? How are you doing, man? Is everything okay? You doing A-okay? And just out of curiosity, are you also experiencing a heat wave?
Lord Captain.
Lord Captain? I still think about will use me as a rogue
A
trader.
noble aspiration, Lord Captain. As you will.
Lord Captain. Lord Captain. Lord Captain. So, Danrook. So I would like to order shipping of transportation of some goods. Now, it has to be new stuff now, right? Okay, flashbang, Astartes Flamer. Okay. Okay, so it just has more damage. That's hot, but not crazy. Our maintenance is still out, and I have a work meeting in 10 minutes. Jesus Christ, how much time are the guys fixing your internet taking? Jesus Christ. Gin Blade of Euremeris. If the wielder deals damage to the target with the sword, until the end of combat, they gain 3 bonus to the weapon skill, ballistic skill, toughness, and strength. The toughest of the mice will take to those characteristics. Oi! Add to cargo, sharpened venom blade, add to cargo, add to cargo, 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 biomancy, man. So they were out yesterday, but couldn't validate anything because I was in an outage. So they were just like, oh, there's no proof for this, Lamau, goodbye. They had to call again after the outage was over and they scheduled it for today. They better fucking fix it, man. Ay, add to cargo, add to cargo. Yeah, that must be very annoying. Ay. Ghost plate armor. You know what, I'm not gonna equip these, so just add them to cargo. Add everything to cargo. 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 I mean, that is a strong flamer, yeah. Adeptus Astartes. Oh wait, Adeptus Astartes, only Solomon can use this. The wearer gains a move ability that costs 0 AP. Office immediately grants an ally additional MP equal to 3. The target can only use movement ability. Oh, okay. Going to play the fight game and icon is very sad. Wait, does the Avatar game not have offline mode? Is it an online only thing? When the wearer uses a non-attacking consumable item, stimulant medkit, etc., it counts as an attack of a different type than the previous attack for the purposes of versatility. Also, this combo gains a 50% chance that a consumable item will be spent when you... Ooh. It does, but fuck offline. The range at which medkits can be used is increased by 13. Okay, overcharged plasma pistol. The weapon can only make overcharge attacks. The damage increased by 15%. Okay. The wearer deals an additional 0 times 5 times 5 rating warp damage with their melee attacks. And when the wearer suffers a critical hit, their dodge and armor is increased by 30% on the end of combat. Auto stimulant. The wearer gains immunity to effects depending on the number of unyielding beacon stacks. Immunity to bleed. This is actually not good because Pujan can use that.
Better stimulator. Elite synth leather boots. When the wearer successfully blocks an attack with a shield the first time in a round, they gain 2 AP on the next turn. Yeah. The wearer gains a permanent lethality divided by 10 bonus to direct damage. This bonus is double the wearer's attack triggers and opening. The wearer's cover efficiency is increased by 15%. This bonus doubles if the wearer has not moved during their turn. Oh, well, that's good for yeah. Whenever the users hit the first 3 times in a round, they gain 21 temporary wounds for 1 round. This effect triggers even if the attack were... okay. Power Maul. But the wearer did not spend MP during their turn. They double their cover efficiency and gain immunity to the forced movement effects until the end of the combat. I mean, good for Argenta, I guess. Virtue of Contempt. Adeptive Astartes. Wait, Adeptive Astartes. Wait, that's not Solomorn. That's Ulfar. Ey, I'm stupid. Each time the wearer inflicts burning from flames, that burning level is doubled. Ey. Fireproof. Okay. Phase Oscillator. The Muzu can move through allies and enemies. Oh, okay, yeah. Improved Heavy Rock Soul. Void Veteran Boot. Whenever the wearer kills an enemy with the melee attack, they immediately gain 1 use of charge, costing 0 AP. And another Melter. Crusade Plate Helmet. When the wearer attacks with a heavy weapon, they deal 30% additional damage, but the critical hit chance is reduced by 50%. This effect is inactive, while the wearer is under the Confident Approach effect. Triumph of Faith. The sword ignores deflection. Ui. Sacrifice. Whenever the wielder kills an enemy with this weapon, their degradation is reduced by... Blade Wings. The wearer can spend all their MP to move any cell with a movement range. This does not trigger attacks of opportunity. At the end of movement, the wearer automatically performs a melee area attack with the primary weapon against all adjacent enemies. Okay. The wearer always has the highest initiative in combat. Ooh. Oh, it's a pickaxe. This weapon has an extra attack action, which increases armor penetration of all subsequent attacks made against the same target by 10 for 1 round. Oh, they also had this in Wrath of the Righteous. Whenever the wearer kills an enemy with an area attack, the wearer gains 5% critical hit chance until the wearer's next turn. Iron Grip. Iron Grip, you know? That Iron Grip. When the wearer is adjacent to them, successfully passes any tests in combat. Boots of Kaskrin. When in cover, the wearer has 100% cover efficiency against area attacks, but never dodges them. Also, they suffer 50% less damage from area attacks. Whenever the wearer uses a grenade and it hits at least 3 enemies at once for the first time, it does not spend MP. Cadian Castellan and Carapace. Okay, it requires Dogmatic Z. The wearer cannot fail any willpower toughness test while in combat. Makes sense. I mean, it makes sense given it is Cadian. You know, that actually makes sense. High spinner armor. Whenever an enemy moves to a cell adjacent to the wearer, the enemy suffer become purple. Okay. Judex. Two-handed heavy flamer. If a target hit by this flamer's attack is suffering from burning at the end of this turn, the target explodes, inflicting burning on the same level of all enemies in a 3-cell radius. The target must pass a willpower resistance when fall unconscious for 1 round. This is massive. This is huge for Argenta. What the fuck? Righteous Justice. Yeah, okay. Partner Death. Yeah, cool. Staff of Righteous Pyre. Sanctic Powers. Modified Artificer Armor. The wearer's attacks with heavy weapons cost 1 less AP. It's Power Armor. This would not be bad for Puja, but he doesn't use heavy weapons. Cold-blooded, and it's a sword. A sword. Hymn of Vehemence. The bolter's rate of fire is increased, but... Wait, what? Oh. But it's not a heavy bolter. Undertaker. A two-handed flamer. Okay. Huh? Wait, it has a chainsaw attached to it. Whenever any creature in combat suffers lethal damage from burning, the wielder gains 30% more damage with this weapon for 1 round. A hybrid of a flamer and a melee chain weapon. Thanks to the latter, the wielder can parry with this weapon. The melee critical damage is increased by 25. Oh, I kinda need this. Oh wait, it only has 2 range. Never fucking mind. Ew. Dragon scale power armor. But rejected flesh. Okay. Well, let's first buy everything I can get. Not that I'm really gonna be using most of these, so first thing I'm gonna do... Premium implants. Requires improved implantation throne. Boo! Can I even upgrade all four? Nah, okay, I can't upgrade all four. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna need, yeah, improved implantation throne. I kind of need that one. In ascending order, yup. I mean, I could put this on her. Attacking consumable item counts as an attack of a different type. I I don't think I really need that one. Oh yeah, Cassia can get leveled up. This is super important. I mean, fellowship and willpower. Let me put it into fellowship. If an ally is affected by the officer's ability to attend against temporary wounds, the allies' arm is increased by 10% for 1 round. Allies on the effect of officer's abilities gain a bonus to the weapon skill equal to 12 and deal 9% more damage to attacks of opportunity. 12 more weapon skills, so it's really good for pushing. When an officer uses an ability on an ally, gains a bonus to the perception ballistic skill equal to 6. Allies affected by the officer's abilities gain a bonus to resistances equal to 16. 2 officer archetype ability to grant extra turn in 1 round against stand witness effect. Next, does not grant extra turn, will also affect the officer. Grants an action point and allied ally also gains plus 1 to all characteristics for every action point gained until the end of combat. I mean, that's like 3 more. I think actually this, yeah, weapon. I mean, that's just weapon skill, but perception also helps in like dodge attacks. So I'd rather have this one. Finish the job. Gonna be using an unfinished business effect. This effect is applied. Every attack of master tactician's allies have less than 50% of maximum wounds remaining. The master tactician immediately attacks the target with a single shot or strike. Well. 2 temporary wounds and 1 additional wound per every 2 stack tactical advantage. Nah. What do we have here? Warpier's not it becomes cool. I don't know if I shot the path. Mend reality. No, I'll do this one, because this one is starred, so well. Increase the willpower. Damn, Cassia, you're one strong girl. I have a Heinrichs. I have a staff for you. The Blood Drinkers' staff. Why am I giving him a melter gun? Why am I giving him a melter gun? Wait, isn't there some cargo where I had like a good, prime augments? Yeah, cool. Where do I see my cargo? Post development. Here's my cargo. There was a weapon somewhere that I said was good for Heinrichs. Was it this one? The distortion. Maybe this one. I had several that look like that. Just need to find it. Was it just that one? Oh, it was just that one then. Okay. Well, Heinrichs. I have all sword. I took out my father's sword. Promise of freedom. Yeah, enemy fatigued, I guess. Two-handed shotgun. Two-handed. Melta Ultima. Gift from beyond the grave. Yeah, it is super good. Oh, it has low rate of fire. Ugh. Here you go, Henrix. You get a Stub revolver. A Stub revolver. I mean, oh, you only have a psi rating of 0. Oi. Oi, okay. I mean, what else do I have for the ones that weren't in my retinue? Wait, I can give her a shotgun? I can give baby girl a shotgun? I can give baby girl a shotgun, damn. Oh yeah, the Blade of Yeremeris. I think it's only fair you get the blade of... Yeah. Like the blade of your sister. Wow, this isn't a knife. What about this isn't a knife? This double toxic damage, successful attack will increase the damage of the toxin by the target by +1. Yeah. Modified shard carbine. Nah. This one would maybe be useful on Cassie a bit. Wait, it was just 5 fellowship and 10 commerce, and the rest was not that useful. Yeah, this is the thing I can replace it with, actually. Okay, that was just one of the things I could buy. So. Explorer tools, what do they have? Soul Pattern Shotgun. Okay. Omniscient Holy Symbol. The work gets 20 tech use and 20 logic. They can also reroll failed tech use or logic test once per test. Doesn't Lysandra have something like that? Dark Providence. If the wield is a Psyker, they immediately reroll a failed parry attempt once per attack with a chance of success equal to the willpower and deals more damage based on Psy rating. Okay. Modified Magna Rail Lance. Yeah. Power Axe. I mean, it does deal a fuck ton of damage. Like, it has good damage and all, but it doesn't increase crit damage per hit, so... Gunner reshield. The wielder gains +1 deflection. Reloading a shotgun costs 0 AP. Okay, this is for Solomorn. Toxin Grenade. Yeah, the Power Axe. Yeah, improved lightweight boots. The wearer of these boots gain 26% parry reroll failed dodge tests. Maybe the user... When a wearer uses controlled shot... Okay. Any enemies adjacent to the wearer's ally suffer a -30 penalty to dodging into the wearer's next attacks. Nyeh. Solar Staff, cool. When the wearer hits a target with a melee attack, the target's armor is reduced by -2 until the end of combat stacks. Nyeh. The wearer gains 20 intelligence and willpower for 2 rounds. After that, you will suffer -20 willpower until the end of combat. Ah, Lysandra. Skitari Ranger armor, +5% armor, scaling with tech use. Ah, wait, but reject the flesh. Okay. Commander's Visor. Any ally that affect a worker's break the ranks ability. Break the... Fuck off. Galvanic Inductor. Hold on, I don't have the YouTube's chat open. The YouTube's chat. Galvanic Inductor. On hit, attack with a Galvanic Resonance. Oh yeah, that one. Resonance Grenade. Deals 2 damage, targets as deflection, targets armor direct damage. Ooh. Ancient Plasma Rifle. Holy Power Armor. Ah, Adept of Astartes, okay. When the wearer suffers damage more than equal to 33, the armor unleashes a blast of energy, dealing power damage to any target in melee range. Okay. Astartes Flamer, okay, another one. Heavy Rock Saw, cool. Modified Breachers as armor. The wearer gains 9 temporary wounds for each of the allies at full wounds at the start of the wearer's turn. Yeah. When a wearer inflicts damage over time effects... Oh wait, I already have this one. Adrenaline Injector. Once the wearer's wounds drop below 50 for the first time in combat, they immediately gain temporary wounds equal to their missing wounds. Okay, this is just for Ilgun. Ilgun's logic is increased by 42, his tech is increased by 21. Okay. Vivisectus Visor. The wearer's a single attacks on an opening deal 20% additional damage. The wearer's is Deadeye Shot on an opening deal. Okay. Omniscience Providence. If only Pujan could use this. Elder Flow. The wearer's first attack during the first round of combat costs 0 AP. Whenever the wearer attacks, can only be equipped by Eldari. Okay. Whenever the wearer attacks an enemy and triggers an exploit of this attack, the triggered effect is calculated as if the enemy had +1 additional exploit. Oh, that would be cool, good for her. Whenever the wearer uses Cone of Misery, they immediately heal to full. Yeah, Smiter, I barely know her. The weapon ignores targets as armor and deflection. Oh. Portable multi-full storage. If owned by an Overseer, the wearer can use Overcharge multiple times per combat, but only once per round. Heartbeat Scanner. The wearer says Deadeye Shots ignore cover and have 30%. Okay. Thunderhammer. Attacks with this hammer always critically hit against stunned and pro targets. The damage is increased by 80%! But the issue with this is that then Pujan, after 4 attacks, Carnage does more, but it also has more bomb pen, you know. Events Heavy Stubber. Destructible cover hit by the Stubber is instantly destroyed. Both destructible and destructible covers are automatically overpenetrated. Portable Deflector. The wearer always auto-dodges the first hit from it. Okay, yeah. The user's melee attacks ignore one of the target's deflection and 3 times the number of potential enemy stacks removed off their armor. So this scales with the intelligence bonus and potential energy. Oh, this is a Jugend thing. Okay. Deflection and dodge. A las weapon. Meltagun. 85% pen, Jesus. Litany of Empyrean Fury. Okay, but that's for dogmatics. Hello, Nikon. Annihilating Astartes Bolt. Each critical hit of this bolt increases critical damage by 10% until the end of combat. But it's not a heavy bolter. Ghost Helm. The wearer uses willpower for dodge test instead of agility. Whenever the wearer dodges an enemy attack, they gain +1 psi rating. What the fuck? Give this to Lysandra. What the fuck? Flamer weapon proficiency. Adeptus Astartes. This weapon gains +3 base damage for each enemy killed using it. What the fuck? These are so good. What the hell? Okay, but most of these I don't see myself really use. 2 of them I remember being interested in. Heinrichs, you get this sword instead. My sword. And I think there was something for Lysandra. Was it this one? No. One of these was a thing for Lysandra, I remember. Not as gunnery shield. It was an item. I talked about it with lots of interest. Is this? No. This? No. Heretical follower. Provocative emitter, no. Military combi tool, no. The wearer's melee attack damage is increased by 15. But this scales with intelligence, right? Psi rating. I mean, could be actually good for Heinrichs. Where was it? This one. Yeah, here you go. You deal more melee damage, Heinrichs. Not that I really give a fuck about you. How's it going, lads? I'm doing okay. The heat is very fun. Yes, I love the heat. I love the heat. I love the heat. Yes. I got a work meeting. Hey. I have a fan open. Yeah, I also have a fan. The issue is I had an AC unit. The issue about the AC unit is that it doesn't have, I think, a gas in it anymore, so it doesn't work anymore. Yay. 7% dodge to the wearer and their allies. I mean, 20 tech use and 20 logic. Ah, fuck it. Who needs 7% dodge chance? What does it even scale with? Intelligence? Yeah, intelligence. Cassia has... Ooh, she doesn't have a lot of intelligence. How much intelligence... Ooh. Ew. No, ew. How much intelligence do you have? 65. I might have to jumpstart my fan. Oi, 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 oi. That sounds like pain. That sounds like pain. Max pain. Wait, where's this thing that I just had? The one that gave everyone... Yeah, there we go. 6% chance. There you go. Yay. 6 weapon skill and ballistic skill. Overcharged plasma gun. Melta Ultima. You know what? Let's do... Can only make overcharge attacks. Yeah, sure. Okay, where are we again? Because we have more things to buy. I'm saving for Ka. Yeah, good choice, good choice. You should work with, what's his name? With, Fart Bath. He always saves up for that. Okay, Pain Blocker. After combat ends, this user suffers 1 random trauma. Ah, that's okay. All types of physical damage dealt to targets hit by the shotgun pistol increase. Shotgun pistol?! What if I crack grenade demolition instructions? Against 25 demolition, their area attacks weapon. This is for Argenta! This is Argenta! Oh. Torture. This weapon deals 50% more damage to stun targets, 30% to stagger targets. Yeah. Incubus armor. Okay. Steel guided. I have Kaka 1.2k. Oi. Well, we're gonna be Kaka soon then. The Americans plus 25 coercion. Might aware targets an ally with an ability. The ally gains 10% melee damage until the end of the round. What the fuck? Astronomical regalia. Whenever allies become target of a navigator powers that has not targeted in this combat, they gain 1 additional AP. Allies targeted by navigator powers gain a plus 10 bonus to all their characteristics until the end of navigator's next turn. Oh, I need this! Cure and spirits. At the beginning of combat, the wearer gets the medikit and onslaught abilities. Medikit and onslaught abilities. We reproduce the effect of the medikit and onslaught consumables, costing 0 AP. Each of these abilities can be used once per combat. Anti-vehicle revolver. On a successful hit, the shot explodes, dealing 20 impact damage to every in the area of effect around the target. What is this pistol? This is a revolver. This isn't a bolter. Whenever you perform a single target attack in a 3-star rating, yeah, no, okay. If the wearer uses press the advantage, if the wearer has more than 6 tactical advantage stacks, the next attack ignore. Okay, but Thought guide for telepathy. Allies of the wielder affected by psychic powers gain +1 resolve for 1 round. Yeah, okay. Double-barreled shotgun. Has a pump. Has a pump action. This shotgun never... But it has 1% armor pen. 33 dodge reduction. But it never misses. It never misses, but it has armor pen for shit. This thing does nothing against armored enemies, but it never misses and deals a fuck ton of damage. It's a solid projectile. Are you sure it's not a slug? Self-calibrating helmet. The wearer's successful single attacks inflict stun on the target for 1 round, and if the target fails, a willness. Okay. If the wearer attacks a stunned enemy, the nearest enemy becomes stunned as well. Enchanted Smuggler's Armor. The wearer suffers minus 10% less warp, mental, and direct damage, and I get 5 deflection against human enemies. Emergency Voxcasters. Whenever the wearer suffers a trauma, if possible, allies immediately attack the nearest enemy. Oh, this is... Efficient Breacher's Armor. Plus 15% armor against Xenos enemies, plus 15% parry. Eroding Autogun. Targets it, but his Autogun suffer 20% more toxic damage against the end of combat. Defend. At the end of the turn, 12 temporary wounds for each adjacent ally. Whenever an adjacent ally takes damage, 40% of damage is... Oh, it's Knight's Vow. Insatiable Jin Blade. Okay, that's the one I currently have. When the target dodges to use his weapon attack, the next attack against the target deals more damage. Allies targeted by wearer's abilities gain 20% of the wearer's armor pen and 30% of the wearer's critical damage for 1 round. If that ally scores a critical hit by the start of the wearer's next turn, the wearer's next attack is always a critical hit. Nyeh. And the wearer's area attack damages at least 2 enemies from the 2-star radius from the wearer for the first time during a round. The wearer gains 2 AP and this attack does not... maybe good for Argenta when she's in close combat with the... Okay... And when the wearer uses slash, dash, or kick, they gain 4 AP and 4 momentum. Nyeh. Cultist's armor plate. Why do you have this? Meteorium's is channeling. Well maintained Weber. Targets hit, but his weapon must. Okay. Okay. Dancing on blood. Okay. Sturdy shield straps. The wearer's successful counterattack triggered by stalwart defense. Always score a critical hit and deal 25% more damage. Oh, that would be good for Lordman. Blades is clone field. When the wearer fails to parry an attack, they can reroll their parry test once. If they wield dual melee weapons, they can reroll the parry test twice. Warp grenade. Oh, okay. Gunnery shield, another one. Panoply of the assassin. Each round the wearer's dodge increased by 10% at the end of combat. This effect resets after any attack made by the wearer. Underwear or made underwear? Okay. When shooting the last shell from the shotgun. Okay. The shot ignores the target's armor. The targets must pass in it. Nah, okay, yeah. Nah. Star Mist Scarf. The wearer is not wearing any armor. This sort of combat again 28% dodge. Yeah, just be naked, bro. Just be naked. The wearer suffers 50% less dodge damage. Warp damage, okay. Once the wearer takes damage for the first time in a round, his armor unleashes a lightning strike, dealing 3 damage to all creatures in a 2-cell radius. And what does the damage scale with? Psi rating. Oh, I imagine I could put that on Lysandra. Lysandra in power armor. It would be so useless, but it would be cool. Pain point analyzed. The wearer gains +4 or ballistic skill on weapon skill. And it depends on potential energy or skills with logic. Oh, Lysandra could use that, but she doesn't really do much with that. So, Compensator gloves. Damn, do people with big cars have this? The wearer ignores weapon recoil by performing ranged burst attacks. The rate of fire of the wearer's weapon increased by 70%. Rate of fire is rounded down to the nearest integer. Wait, this is massive for Argenta. Improved heavy bolter! Each kill with this weapon increases rate of fire by +1! Oh, we're focusing on Argenta, alright? We're focusing on Argenta. She needs this. She already fucks everything that just decides to get close, but this is... Now? This ain't just fucking. This is just... Oof. Okay, where were things that I was kind of interested in? I mean, here I was interested in things. There were a few things in here that I was interested. Yeah, but all the way back here, so this is gonna take quite a while until I reach this. The Derusians had a few interesting things that I was kind of interested in. Yeah, but not that many, I think. I need this. I need this. Actually, well, talking about I need this, give me just like a minute or two so I can grab myself a drink. I'll be right back. We're back. So, given that there's this massive heat wave going around, again, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like 38 degrees here. I got myself a big old mug full of, what's it called? Full of, ice cubes. You know what drink I'm missing that I've had in Hawaii once? Twice, sorry. What was it called again? I forgot it. No, it was just no, it was a Pepsi. Pepsi, it was Pepsi. Come on. Pepsi Nitro. I'm missing Pepsi Nitro. And in case you don't know what Pepsi Nitro is, it's It's a can of Pepsi, and there is a small nitro charge at the bottom of the can. And when you open the can, it gets very, very, very foamy, and you're meant to put it into a glass. Like, pour it into a glass, and it's extremely good. I miss Pepsi Nitro. I think I have it on my fridge. What do you mean you guys have it? What do you mean you guys have it? We don't have it here. I have to go out of my way to buy it. Ugh. I have to go out of my way to get my hands on those. Buy it online. I can't even buy it online. Like, I want to buy it online, but I can't. You don't need a bolter, you need a flamer. The heavy flamer. I got like 20 cans. Like, we're talking about Pepsi, like, we're talking about the same Pepsi, like a Pepsi Nitro. From a can, like Pepsi Nitro Vanilla. We're talking the same thing, right? Because from what I gathered, it was like an American-only thing. I mean, it might also be in Turkey, for all I know. Pepsi Nitro, oh man. I'm very jealous. I'm extremely jealous of you. It was a limited time thing. It was also a very limited time thing there in the US. Okay, level 37, just like that. Is that enough for the bolter? It is! The only issue now is, I don't have the profit factor. Oh. The cans are now about 20. I'm jealous. I really wish we could have. We could also buy them here. But alas, Germany is still stuck in the last century. Oh, that's a lot of new things. Oy, oy, oy. Okay, first off, Cassia, I have a new staff for you. Yeah, the Astronomican Regalia. What does that one even do? So, yeah, they gain 10 more characteristics whenever Cassia does something with them. The first use of an attack navigator power does not set the power on cooldown. It doesn't count what attack turn per limit. The second use of the power or the use of a different attack navigator upon the same turn, additional 6 damage to all targets and 6 direct damage to the navigator. I think I might send the general Discord. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I would be interested in buying a few cans myself. Yeah, Yenilius. Replace it with the last blaster. Man, cold drinks are just so good. Ugh. Okay, any new things in here that I would want Pujan to have? Oy. Said vanilla, yeah, specifically vanilla. Pepsi Max, not Pepsi Max, Pepsi Nitro Vanilla. Specifically that one. Oh, God. Cold drinks are so good. I just really wish, Ugh. Oy. Do I not have any more power armor? No, I don't. I have the shield. Very interesting double-barreled shotgun. But I went into Melta just for the multi-Melta. And now I'm just not gonna be using it. Who do I want to give this to? I could do the correct thing and give it to like the wrong thing and give it to Lysandra. That would be objectively the wrong thing to do. But it's fucking cool as shit just imagining Lissandra with a double barrel shotgun. I sent a link to check it later. I'll check it right now. Yeah, exactly that one. Yeah. Daniel's Food Century. Yeah, the thing is, these are like American, like Ted Speckies. I think these are like American stores. Yeah, these are American links. The stores that I don't think you're gonna find anything. Like I was already looking, but hey, color me surprised if you do find something. Ah, this was good. Yeah, this one I don't really need, but sure. I mean, this is a sure shotgun pistol. Yeah. That was a Fanta Exotic. Because my dad bought 6 cans of Fanta Exotic. That one is good. It's just expensive. And now I'm boring and pour water in there. I'm not much of a water drinker. I'm like I'm succumbing to the delicious flavors of sugar water. Well, sugar-free water. There's only 3 stores selling it. There's any stores that are selling it? And hello, nobody. Thank you for caring about my hydration. Ah. Allies targeted by the wearer's ability gives 8% armor, pen, and critical damage for 1 round. 0% armor pen, 40% armor pen. Nah. Google Pepsi and Amansbier. Amansbier? These are some funny names. Amansbier. Are you at least 21 years old? You're shopping from Amansbier Beer and Wine at the Wind Lake, Wisconsin. These aren't Germany. Snack Daddy. Hey, these are American stores, man. I appreciate the help, but these are American stores. It's okay. I'll see. I'll try to find some for myself. Some myself. But thanks regardless. Thank you. You're good. You're good. You're good. Area of attack. Use a consumable item. Nah. 6% parry, yeah. 5 agility and 10 athletics, nah. Did not spend MP during their turn. Grant aware 15% dodge reduction. Nah. At the beginning of combat, the wearer gets the medkit and onslaught abilities. Wait, can she even use? Oh, she doesn't know anything about Medicae. Nah. Buy me some too. Yeah, I will, don't worry. Pepsi Nitro for Pepsi Nitro for everyone! Do I need that plus 15 Medicae? I mean, 15 additional damage with area attacks. I mean, the momentum. More than 2 targets. That does happen all the time. Ah, fuck it. What do I need the Medicae for? We just need like just enough healing. We don't need Medicae. We don't need more than that Medicae. We just need more damage. 15 damage. She has demolition of 155. 25 coercion. It's 25 coercion. Whenever the wearer targets an ally with an ability, that ally gains 10% melee damage until the end of combat. Who else has high coercion? I mean, Lysandra does tend to sometimes, like, affect people. 10%, 10 bonus to willpower, 50% to psychic and navigator powers. I mean, she's more debuffing people. Cassia really is my main gal for this, but 10% crit chance. Nah, I can't pass up on that. I mean, the coercion. Manipulate other people through intimidation. Nah. The very successful single hits inflict stun on a target for 1 round. If the target fails a willpower resistance test with a -5 penalty. I mean, maybe good on Lordman. But the 10 momentum. Nah, I can't give up on the momentum. I mean, but if I lose 10 toughness, I lose 2 strength. Those 2 strength. I mean, that's 2 strength. Nah, I need that strength. Maybe on Lordman. I mean, on him it might be good. Wait, no, there's this taunting scream. Where is that helmet? Oh, he can't wear it because he's a Drukhari, and Drukhari don't want to wear them. And no, the Drukhari are just too good for that. No. And where there's an additional 5. Yeah, sure. Heinrichs, I just need to get your... You know what? I'll get your Psy rating up. Assassin. Why did I make you an assassin? Yeah, sure. Perception. Yeah, Psyker Minoris. Yeah, this one. Psychic Awakening. Becomes an unsanctioned Psyker. Ugh. All damage. Enemies at full attention. I don't know. Okay, you know what? That can't be ours. Yeah, you're good, Heinrichs. You're good, Heinrichs. What would I be in the 10th and 20th exemplar rank? Okay, reputation, biography. Yeah, okay. Pujan. Shipping of some goods. I mean, wasn't there... I mean, there's probably interesting things in here, but they're so far down that... The Steel Triad. There are 3 copies of the shield. The wield against bonuses based on the number of adjacent ally wielding the Steel Triad. Okay. Where do I get the other Steel Triads? Emergency drill. This weapon has a special attack called Drilling Strike. 7 AP! Where do I get that from? The target of this attack is forced to make a toughness resistance. If failed, a permanent opening is created on the target side closest to the wielder. Both the wielder and the allies can make use of the opening. What the fuck? Implacable Tempest. Okay. Arbites Underarm Foe Hammer. When a relic is now with a melee that was then round, plus 1 for your range attack was 1 around. Yeah, okay, cool. Armor of the Dawn Shadow. Sounds cool, I guess. And these are just things I had before, which I can't say I really cared about. I think the Explorer tools had some things I was interested in. But I have nothing else to give them anymore, so add cargo. Don't add that to cargo, but add this to cargo. Add to cargo. Add to cargo. Add to cargo. Oh wait, this might be interesting for Lysandra. Yeah, yeah. Promise of freedom. Astartes bolter. Nyeh. Acid spitter. Cargo. 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 Nah. Nah. Melta ultima cargo. 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 Definitely cargo. No. What did I just add to a cargo? I think that was one of the sniper rifles. Very heat, very heat. It was one of the sniper rifles, I think. Or I just moved it. I don't know. Okay. Cargo. Commissar flak breastplate. Breasts. Yeah. Breast good. Cargo. Who do I give this to? Taunting scream there. Cargo. 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 Congrats, you just wasted you just wasted points saying TTS. Cargo. 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 Maybe. Cargo. 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 Okay, can I give you guys any more? Yes, I can. Solar staff. Ew. Metal claw gloves. Okay. This is pyromancy. Cargo. Roaring thunder. Nah. Cargo. Vroom. We've been through this, Ivan. Yes, sorry, I'm a bit stupid. Now, why would I want this Mars pattern one? No, ew, I don't want these. Can I give you anything, or are you just not interested? Inflict exhaustion on the target. There was another one like this that I was interested in. Cargo, 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 escargo. Okay, Danrook, I wish to hear news about the Protectorate to keep appraised of things. We discovered a world that is home to a long-abandoned colony founded centuries ago by one of your predecessors. A ship was sent there, carrying several thousand colonists who were to restore the derelict settlement. After the ship entered its system of destination, contact was lost with... The contact was lost with it, and its fate remains unknown. Perhaps you might like to investigate the disappearance of that vessel personally. Actually, hold on, I need to very quickly send a WhatsApp. I wish I didn't have to use WhatsApp. I hate using WhatsApp. I really hate WhatsApp. I got it all just cargo. The cars actually go. Well, the cars do go. Look at, what's the game called? Look at Deltarune. There the cars are going in Chapter 2. In addition to that, your lordship, pirates have presented a serious problem for your domain. For centuries, a group of bandits that has shedded a ship called the Elusive Contempt has been raiding cargo vessels on their way from the Protectorate's most plentiful extractia. Their ability to deftly escape pursuit by patrols has allowed them to operate with complete impunity. The pirates' flagship has been spotted at a nearby system. Your ship, Lord Captain, is sufficiently powerful to finally chase down these brazen scoundrels and bring them to justice. The Astropathic Choir has received a series of alarming messages concerning the Normer 4 system, where a dangerous space anomaly has supposedly manifested itself. Its nature is unknown, and the fabric of space within the system is reported to be curved and unstable. It is said that any ship entering the region disappears without trace. I believe we ought to be prudent and steer clear of that system. The attacker to kill it always comes back to the Deltarune Fungar. Well, if you want to keep making up a Fungar, I mean, you have 4 bits into the Fungar Fund. The factotum hesitates as if unsure that what he has to say is worthy your attention. There is something else, Captain. The ship's astropaths have caught echoes of alarming messages. Unidentified ships abandoned by their crews have been spotted in several systems of the Expanse. It may only be a rumor, but those who encounter them have gone missing. That is all, your lordship. Okay. Okay, that's all the latest news, okay. Oh, goddammit, now we have 5 Fungar bits. No, now we have 5 Fungar bits. Only, I mean, 500 is a sub. So, 500 times 60. 5 times 6 is 30. And then 300. 30,000 bits for me to play, so we only need 29,500, I think. Okay, the ship is doing a-okay. Still waiting for my 18th birthday. You're gonna get your 18th birthday, homie. Oi, 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 oi. Okay, patronage. For-profit factory for chemicals and Prometheum. 4 plasteel for 10 people. Yeah. 4 people, 4 weapons, for phlogiston, adamantine, and plasteel. Yeah. A gang of Data was looking for a sponsor for the suicidal foray into the jungles of the world Paranthos in the ancient Xenos pyramid located there. If in return with spoils, it will well worth the investment. There were Eldari equipment. There were again 70% dodge. After each attack against the weather can be dodged, very reduced by 10%. Yeah, no. Mech Sages. The Imperial Navy has tried to conscript the Fellowship of Mech Sages on Larkeen, renowned creators of airborne machines, by force. The brave technoids have decided to fight back and now require armor for their flying constructs. Yeah, sure, here. Disruptible Dealer. 4 Xenotech for 10 weapons. Yep. A group of rebels from the Void City Hephaestus 9 is looking for someone who could supply them with deadly chemicals to perpetrate an attack against the station's satrap. Should the request be satisfied, it will soon be time to send the crews of Woodcutters to the Station 7 with remains of a metal husk. I get plastic mechanisms. Yep. Conquer. 4 weapons, for 5 provisions, 5 people, and insatiable gin blade. Yeah, I'm good. Full profit, nah, I'm good. Okay. Genetic Ferenc may know the requirements of fitting unique augmentation. It can be found. This is Sector Bionica. Okay. Oh, there's lots of stuff to do. Okay, still get my grenades. Do we have level 4s? Yeah, level 4s and level 5s, finally. Okay, let's start with... Wait, Foulstone is doing well? Wild. Okay, False Wonders. By showing illusions to the masses, it is possible to gain a lot of attention and attract pilgrims. So just Twitter. I'm not going to show people Twitter. Same thing. I'm not going to do Twitter. Missionaries. The Cronus explains the need for stalwart defenders, and Falstone can help by sending its children to every dark corner of the sector. Light of Faith. All non-Xenos allies gain 2 deflection against Xenos and demons. 2 security everywhere and profit factor. Yeah, maybe. Holy ammunition. The establishment of ammunition production will be of great help in the defense of Falstone and neighboring systems. So, we get Sanctified Projectiles, +4 to macro cannon, damage against Chaos and Xenos enemies. We gain weapons, Promethean, and security. You know what? I kinda want to do this. Lightbringers. With the warp currents tangled, refugees lose their way and perish in terror. The Rogue Trader can send out pious patrols to help those in distress and light warp beacons. So... Again, I have to spend people plus the Prometheum, and I need to have done warp guides. Which I seem to have done. Supposedly I have this. I gain standing with Imperial Navy, security on this planet, and navigators inside. Oh, you know what? Sure. Yeah. Okay. So I'm taking it. I just got my WhatsApp message that I needed. Okay. Okay, let's go to Johannes. Payment in organs. As long as we don't follow my one short where instead of organs I said orgies. We're not paying in orgies. I mean, that's a Slaneshi thing. The large increase in types may be supplemented by the decree that addresses the current shortfalls in other ways. Having misread this with orgies, this makes this so much funnier. Yeah, like, you can pay in other ways. You can pay by, providing your private parts in certain ways. So, I get Chant of Stagnation. The target must pass an agility resistances or become slowed until the end of combat attacks, but will always score a critical hit against slow targets. Yeah, maybe. I lose complacency though. Secret Lair. A new layer of Xenos specialists will decipher the written records left by the ancient Xenos that once inhabited Uranus. Eldari machine taming feature. I was getting 10 lower Xenos and lower Xenos dodge reduction against Xenos. I lose 2 security, but I mean that is 1 efficiency everywhere. Xenos and Toxic, and for that I need Secret Lair. The Vial of Falstow. At the start of combat, the wearer gains MP equals to resolve. The wearer cannot be slowed. Okay, yeah, it gives complacency, yeah. The decree requires all redundant members of the community give themselves to the land, allowing themselves to become a nourishing compound. What the fuck? No! No! Fuck no! The Expanse is burning, Carrack is burning, testing the metal of its void pirates. They're ready to pay in exotic Xenobees for such simple things like air and provision. Fang of Perdition. The wearer gains 15 coercion and 15 lore Xenos. I get 3 profit factor and Fellowship of the Void likes me more. Sure, yeah. Great Fire. Territory for new agri complexes can be gained in only one way, the way of fire. All allies deal 10% with melt and plasma weapons. Okay, I would rather do it for these things here. Oh god. Brand of the Motif Force. It is possible to utilize all of Kiavagamaz's potential by covering its surface in a huge Elect-2. The whole world will be wrapped in a grandiose potential coil. So there's just a massive coil in the middle of the planet. It just becomes like, those stars, those like really bright stars that look like they've been penetrated by something? Yeah, those. I might actually do this. Orbital Shipyard. An orbital shipyard will provide the Imperium's massive vessel with proper repair and produce new void ships. Okay, fleet overall feature. Does 10% damage dealt by allied warships and plus 20% to their whole integrity. Oh, sure. Yeah. Oh, we have 10 complacency, so I can do these instantly. Thanks to hydration redeem. Tools of killing. Retrofitted mining equipment may be of interest to the pirates of the Expanse. It does not take a brilliant mind to turn a mining laser into a weapon. Okay, I get this. Fellowship of the Void. Likes more, I get complacency and security. Don't really need that here. Sacred Flame. Passing through distillation plants and a multitude of filters, raw materials with high energy potential will be transferred into combustible promethium. Once the proper liturgies have been served, it will be employed as the Emperor's burning wrath. So I get Sanctified Promethium feature. The Rogue Trader and our allies do 15% more damage with flamers. Okay. And the Imperial Navy has sustained heavy losses. They're willing to provide valuable machinery in exchange for trained tech priests. Okay. Memory of the Daring. 125 points of... Ooh, that one's good. Yeah, sure. Sacrilege of Creation. The heresy of creativity may bear practical fruit if subjects are allowed to secretly produce the mechanisms they invent. Okay. The power of burning effects inflicted by the wearer is increased by +1 for each enemy affected by the wearer's area attacks until the end of combat. Ooh. No, let's not. Oh, I need to do several of these. Archive of the Expanse. Gamma will become the main data repository of the Expanse. Thousands of subscribers register cargo, and the lenses of watchful cogitators possess myriads of documents. Eye of Domnisaya. Okay, yeah. Profit factor and efficiency. Yeah, it just costs people and mechanisms. We have plenty of those. Euphrates 2 is lost, and the Adeptus Mechanicus now seek new citadels for their hallowed production lines. Kiava Gamma can house workshops that will forge new void weapons. Okay, Triumph and Fury. Medium broadside macrocans for 5 shots, saying 30 damage. Okay. All allies gain 20% minimum damage to their ranged attacks. The Rogue Trader's weapon carried the blessings of the Supreme Armorers of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Okay. Warp Revelations. Euphrates is lost, and the Adeptus Mechanicus now seek new citadels for their hallowed production lines. Kieva can set up a research complex with warp technologies, a dangerous, closely guarded secret of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Okay, that's okay. I get profit factor, exporters like me. Efficiency goes up everywhere massively, and just lose 2 security. The wearer's psi rating is increased by 1. As long as the wearer has 100% wounds, they deal 10% additional damage with the psychic powers and psyker staves. Okay, and what about power of plasma? The Adeptus Mechanics now seek new citadels for their hallowed production lines. Kiava Gamma can become a sacred assembly site for plasma drives endowed by the Emperor's grace. Okay, I gain Sacrament of Light. 15 speed along with average acceleration and braking. Yeah. Profit factor, lots of mechanism, complacency, and efficiency. I mean, honestly, should I be doing this? No, but I mean, 3 efficiency everywhere? Yeah, sure. Sure, let's do this as well, you know? And you know what? Sure. You know what, guys? Sure. Let's just, you know, So, Dargonis, hey, what can we do here? Casbella can auction. So, if we sell these things... Okay, sorted goods. Convicts will be secretly sold. No, we don't do that. But this one, I get a melter weapon I can't say I'm too interested in. But profit factor goes up, and it's just a secret auction, Dragonis? Yeah, sure, you know. Holy profit. The date for the payment of the tithe approaches. However, by making use of the corrupt practices of the administratum, one can find a way to keep both the Psychus and the thrones. Okay. So we get Eye of Joyos. The wearer's psi rating is increased by +1 against demons for each rank of dogmatic. I get profit factor and people though, okay? Praising the muses. Okay, it has 10 complacency, so these things will be finished instantly. The patronage of architects and other artists will allow the creation of amazing and monumental works marked by the Rogue Trader's likeness. All allies gain 5 willpower and 1 resolve. I gain people, complacency, efficiency. Yep. It says producing art. Yep. Pleasing the tired, the Adeptus Administratum vanity may be indulged through construction of a floating palace filled with helpful serfs and exquisite pleasures. Mollified by the bribe, the scribes will be especially attentive to Rogue Traders' wishes. So the Drusians like me more, I get more security, and I get nobility's perfection. +5 bonus to all skills, and... Oh, okay, that's not... Oh, okay. Call to arms. It is time for the Dagonis nobility to forget their feuds and take up arms in defense of the native world. Time to milk the cows. Man, enjoy milking the cows. Thanks for having been here, Nikon. Have a good one, man. Have a good one. Take care, and have a good one. Familiar power armor. Familial power armor. I just gained 15 strength. The one I currently have is better than this, but sure, yeah, call to arms. Charter of minimal rights? The adoption of a charter document that grants certain rights to commoners is a scandalous decision. This step will allow a small group of elected commoners to rule their governance alongside the aristocracy. What? Huh? Drug trader gains fellowship? What? Oh yeah. Yeah, sure, yeah. Okay, this is a good thing because it gives the small people more rights. And now Pujan gains I think currently gains 12 fellowship. Militia Navy. The great freedom accorded by the Imperial Navy will allow the mustering of an impressive independent squadron not classified as pirates. They're not pirates, they're different. Battle Master. The Rockshade has received some of the best munitions and supplies for the defense of the and possible plating of all sectors. Sure, yeah. Bastion. By declaring Dagon as the defense center of the Cornus expands, the Rogue Trader will be able to requisition foreign vessels and collect additional resources from the population. Ooh. I lose 3 complacency everywhere. Okay, I need to do Bastion. Okay, yeah, sure. So the bravest captains will unite under the Rogue Traders' aegis. Upon being offered invaluable charts and other assistance with the expedition, the Woodfarers will pay the favor with goodwill and trophies. Schola Progenium. For that I need to do Pure Blood. Somewhere, okay. A new entry into Annals of Dargonis. The fate of the millions of orphans whose parents fell in the fire the Grypti expands. Okay, I think Loyalist Garb. If the wearers don't move during the turn, the cover efficiency is increased by 20% 1 round. If it loses anything, they get 20 dodge. Okay, yeah. Since Dargonis is an educated world, it is the right place to establish a secret librarian where scholars of the archive with real share and knowledge delve into the forbidden. Ugh. Echo of Victory. Whenever the wearer attacks any target in a 5-star radius around them with a ranged weapon, it deals 20% more damage. Okay, V-Bow 6. What do we have here? Dreamless. The convicts with much greater use their... No. Earthbreaker. The blessed hydraulic installation of the Adeptus Mechanicus will crush the greedy bowels of the earth, freeing the price of materials which the Imperium so desperately needs. Okay. Okay, what's the downs? What do I get? As a sort of combat, the wearer gains the effect of Combat Sim Serpentin for 3 rounds. And I get Phlogiston and Xenotech. I don't really need it right now. Pure Blood. The Rogue Trader may grant the convicts the right to buy with their labor the freedom of their children born in captivity. Yes. Extractium Ignifera. Transuranium's value is such that its open pit mining will be worth the thousands of lives lost to radiation exposure. I get chemicals, plaster, phlogiston, but I lose efficiency. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Oh yeah, we can afford this. Yeah. Captive Xenos. Acquiring captives from the enemies of humanity before the use and forced labor is a possible way to replenish the workforce. No. Purification by death. In the expansive darkest styles, convicts may take the martyr's shift and descend into the mines, never to resurface, thereby clearing their name. No. Navy whips. The disciplining office of the Imperial Navy will make for wonderful wardens on Rebo 6. Craven's Bane. Okay, so just So like in complete efficiency and security. Nah, Penal Battalion. An entire planetary regiment of mortar guardsmen given Baroque theatre corners expands in its darkest hours. The Legend Cannoneers. The missing critical hit chance with macro cannons. Oh, I need to do these. Okay, I need to do Penal Battalion. Why? What do you mean, why? What have I done wrong now? What have I done wrong now? Hello, Flippums. How's it going, man? How was work? Weevil 6 is a quiet haven and a place to ponder the state of one's soul, a fortress of repentance, complete with an order of battle flagellants who offer lawbreakers a chance to find solace in being reborn as a crusader. Okay, so I get, voice of Paduvian. Hey, honey mouse. Hey, honey money. Hey. Honey. Honey money. It was a K out of 7? Ah, okay. I mean, it's work. It's never fun, but eh. Evil Six is a quiet haven. If the Rotator permits pirate squadrons to visit a safe staging ground for their raids, he will become known as the Pirate King of the Expanse. Evil Six is this far reach of the Expanse. Many influential people seeking refuge from the law and faith would pay well for to turn it into a suitable sanctuary. Master of the Shadowy Expanse. So, many influential people seek refuge from the law and faith. Yeah, no, this one. Simply because the others are, like, completely corrupted bullshit. Captive Xenos, no Navy, Whips, Earthbreaker. Yeah, sure, let's just keep drilling more into the ground. What's the worst that could happen? I do need adamantine. Ugh. Smugglers is vaults. Nah. Okay, we have only 8 complacency. Oh, so we won't be done instantly. Oi, oi, oi. Augmentix cult. To ignite the zeal of the subjects and reinforce their devotion, the rogue trader will allocate funds for the erection of shrines where the Zirconians may pray to the ancient augments bestowed upon them during the first call-up. Tech priests invited from the explorative feast shall maintain a sacred iron and recite litanies of metal fortification for it. Okay, at the end of their turn, the user deals 16 fire damage to all creatures located exactly 5 cells away from them. That is so specific. Exactly 5 cells away. Like, just 5 cells away. Patron Saint. Many regiments have a patron saint. With their loyalty, the 32nd Regiment proved they deserve this honor. Lavish offerings to the Order of St. Drusus shall grant the people of Zarkov the right to fight under the inspiring protection of St. Cognatius. A security, druids like baggage for people. Critical hit chances. I already have this one, okay. Zarkov's legacy. Over centuries, the survival in Zarkov, the history of the 32nd Regiment has been enriched by the names of valiant warriors, each worthy of a monument. Inspired by them, the rogue traders' subjects shall find new courage and more willingly embrace the inevitable atonement for the one. Yeah. And once this is done, everything here will be done instantly. Oh. Oh yeah, I have finished lots of things. Yeah, like lots of projects. Yeah. Lord Captain, there has been an act of sabotage on Kiava Gamma. The cult of the Final Dawn has invaded the planet, cultivated a pack of schismaticals in the bowels of the manufactorums, and set them upon us. The attack was so sudden that we almost lost all the workshops, but we had help. Some entities, already being called data angels, have invaded the cogitational network, seized the cogitators and servitors, and used them to repel the first onslaught of the schismaticals. Now there is a fierce struggle taking place all over the planet. The noosphere of the world is boiling. Fortunately, we received information about the impending attack at the last moment. The signal was intercepted in a warp by Cubis Delphim's machine. Hello, I'm Mobus. I wanted to be channels on how to redeem a hydrate. It's okay, a titanium sword. Hello. I mean, there should be like next to the chat there should be the icon for channel redeems, and I think you should still be able to select like How did the cultists infiltrate my world? This was part of our cult. There was a hair in my mouth. A honey mouse. She comes into my room just to like lie on my bed for a minute. This was part of a coordinated attack that hit the entire expanse. The heretics must have been preparing for a long time. What do we know about these data angels? Not much. They are machine spirits, beings born from the art of data smithing. They charge into battle chanting the same binary mantra that the participants of Procedure O-C chanted. But there are not many nodes where they can reside, perhaps because we destroyed the cells used in Procedure 0-C. This is quite beneficial to us, so should we choose to refuse the aid of these strange creatures? I wish to hear the opinions of my officers and advisors. The manufactorums of Kiavagama are equipped with backup cogitators to ensure the continuity of production in an emergency. The severity of the situation authorizes the disruption of the service algorithms, and I am prepared to sanction a ritual that will allow the data angels of the Omnissiah to absorb the cogitators' computing power to combat these wicked spirits. I don't trust those uninvited allies of yours. Such magnanimity is want to come with unsavory intentions. Learn more about these creatures. Order your servants to hunt one of them down, torture it, and gain knowledge through the process, since they are incapable of finding pleasure in it. Ew, what the fuck? So I get 1 complacency and blessings of data angels. I'll gain 5 perception, 10% armor pen. May metal never betray the master whose deeds please the Omnissiah. Please. Is set to install the app instead of using browser. Add the hydration. Thank you. Well, it says I captured one of the data angels, but me and use any means necessary to learn more about its nature to sort the rest along with the schematicals. No. And I'd signal 10% armament for deflection of machine creatures, Necrons, and targets with projectile flash. Yeah, Pascal. The request to perform the sacrament is accepted and will be fulfilled immediately. Having gained access to the cogitational reserves and after being infused with power, the data angels charge at the schematicals. The hordes of data spirits were tech exorcised and exterminated, and the afflicted mechanisms purged and restored. The tech priests gave praise to the Omnissiah for protecting the production algorithm from severe disruption. After banishing the schematicals, the data angels withdrew into hiding inside the cogitational networks, leaving the servants of the Omnissiah to guess at who or what these beings were. Your Lordship, a cryptic message arrived from Kiavagama. The fabricator sends the reports that they have beheld the eye of the divine. I requested details from your less devout servants, and they clarified that the inquest group, which has been investigating the many inexplicable events that have taken place on the planet, followed a trail of mysterious binary harmonics and came upon an ancient abandoned data complex. It is connected to the manufactorum by a maze of communication lines and contains a gargantuan data loom. The mechanism's markings show that its designation, or I should say, its rather menacing name, is Null Caliph. Null Caliph have immersed in sacred astrogational calculation and has shown no inclination to make contact. The tech priests that connected to it were punished for the intrusion with a lethal ejection of their motive force. The only thing they managed to find out is that the spirit of the data loom is not bound with the vows of compliance that would normally restrain a machine spirit of such power. This astoundingly mighty entity bows to no one, driven only by its own aims. What is this abandoned complex? It is an ancient production facility, far older than the colony itself. Some assembly lines bear the marks of the Cognizance fleet. Perhaps the first explorators who came to the Coroner's Expanse set up a station on the yet uninhabited planet. The station was then consumed by the developing industrial colony and eventually forgotten. It is possible that whatever... It is possible that whatever plans they had for it were so clandestine that its creators is deafened and upcasting it into oblivion. The catalog contains no data to support this hypothesis. It does, however, contain the designation Null Caliph. The Null Caliph initiative is a project of the fabled Archmagos Opticon-0107, whose function was the initial exploration of the Coroner's Expanse. All information on this project was removed from the catalog as per the Fleet Conclave's decree following Permissibility Hearing 16. By that same decree, Archmagos Opticon-107 was stripped of his title as the Conclave's Prolocutor Supremus. I don't know about his data loom. What is it? A sacred computational mechanism of great power. Its body is vast, and the wisdom and mettle of its machine spirit would befit an imperial titan. Machines of such might and splendor are kept carefully hidden from the eyes of the laity and worshipped on certain planets as great logis oracles, sacred angels of the Omnissiah, or demigods. No Calypso is a structure includes remarkable pieces of archaeotech, parts of it extending far throughout Kiavagamma. Like a woodkraken's tentacles. We now know where the warp transmitter modified by Cubis Delphim came from. It must have been part of this mechanism. The data angels that we encountered earlier were born of its computational might. Full of vigor, they soar around its computational aura, which radiates into the noosphere. Damn, they got aura. They're aura farming. Their response to our presence has been favorable thus far. Do you have any idea at all what it might be calculating? All we have is a hypothesis according to which no Caliph can see into the warp, similar to a navigator. Any interaction between technology and the warp is, as you are well aware, kept under the careful supervision of the Adeptus Mechanicus, so you can imagine just how unique this mechanism is. According to the Magi, it can calculate routes through the materium without rest or fear of corruption, given the fact that it has no human soul. They claim that its power is comparable to that of a novator of a navigator house. Apparently, Procedure O-C was initiated by this mechanism to integrate Magi with high psychic potential in order to expand its own computational capacity. Right now, its calculations are severely hindered due to the weakened state of its computational powers. We assume the termination of Procedure O-C contributed to this. Have we tried communicating with it? The Great Calculator seems indifferent to mortals. It has expressed a lack of desire to interact with us or destroy us. We have studied the noospheric remains of the tech priests who dared to reach out to the Null Caliph. Their minds contained excerpts from the dictates of Procedure 0-C. These traces were brimming with anger. What do advisors make of this? Make contact with the Null Caliph. This is my planet, and I must submit. The great machine spirit that identifies itself as Null Caliph bears potential as a valuable ally, one that could replace the need for navigators comprised of fallible flesh. We must make contact with this holy entity, for to do so is to honor the Omnissiah's tenets. That the tech priests who had the audacity to disturb Null Caliph were deprived of their motif force is a testament to the might of its data voice. I hold the knowledge to create a mediator that could interface with the fearsome machine spirit and ease the burden of its revelations on unprepared minds. If it stirs into the warp, then it's vulnerable to attacks from the warp. Never thought I'd ever suggest something like this, but if we want to make that machine obey us, we should assault it through the immaterium. A navigator data loom? This abomination makes a mockery of every navigator house's legacy. The very fact of its existence is profoundly sickening and vile. No Caliph must be destroyed post-haste. Allow me to send word to other navigator houses. They will waste no time in dispatching the forces to destroy this monstrosity. Cassia... So Pascal create your mediator and forge an alliance with the Null Caliph. 25 logic, the wearer against the solve simulacrum ability that costs 3 AP and can grant the wearer permanent paradox solved feature. The character can use the heroic die regardless of their momentum without spending momentum. What the fuck? Solve simulacrum. The character must pass a logic skill test with a 167 penalty. On success, this ability is removed, the cognitive simulacrum is destroyed, plus 25 logic bonus is lost, and the character permanently gains the paradox soul. Wait. So I can permanently get this. Oh, that is massive. Oh, that is huge. Ooh. Ooh. Oy, oy, oy. Okay. I mean, it's very high. Oh, but that on Lissandra would be huge. Make contact with Null Caliph. I wish to form an alliance with it. Nah. Idira come up with a way to force the machine to submission, sailing through the warp. Nah. This is my planet. Cassius sent word to the navigator houses. Null Caliph must be destroyed. May run signal free over the wires. May the ocular eye forever clear. May the enemies of the Omnissiah be cast out. +5 torpedo speed. Yeah, no, Pascal, come on. Request approved. Transferring revelations on the mediator's creation. Magos Pascal Hanuman imparted his secret to the Omniscience's servants on Kiava Gamma, allowing them to assemble a mediator device that softened Null Caliph's voice. The Magi then prayed to the mighty machine spirit, humbly asking it to make an alliance with the rogue trader and share its mysteries. And Null Caliph answered, halting its sacred calculation. It bestowed its favor upon the supplicants. With its tireless, unblinking eye observing the warp currents, many a traveler have been saved from peril. Okay, we absolutely need Lysandra to solve this thing. We absolutely have to. Because if Lysandra can permanently have mind rupture on the burb... There it is. Yeah, we're okay with less tech use for now. Lysandra, you're going to have to use this. Oh yeah, more planets. Okay, nothing on Kiava Gamma. Johannes has given me the Lost. Okay, Great Fire. Territory for Negacoms can be won away by fire. I mean, 10% more damage. Pleasure World? No! Xeno Vivisectory. Johannes' orbit is swarming with fleet of refugees. It can be utilized as a workforce for the construction of a grand Xeno Vivisectory for the study of inhumans. All witnesses will be disposed of. Wait, so whoever goes... So we just get the refugees, and we just kill them when we're done with it? No! 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 Shelter. The Merciful Savior feature. Whenever an ally is healed for the first time in a round, damage dealt by the ally is increased by 8% until the end of combat. Stacks. So I get people, profit factor... Yeah, Great Fire. Yay, Great Fire. Dragonus is crying out for aid, Lord Captain. Riots over the interpretation of scripture have broken out in several hives across the world. While hunting for the agents of the cult of the Final Dawn, the ecclesiary clamped down on the planet's minor cults, attempting to force correct adherence to the creed upon the populace. The commoners grumble about the oppression of minor cults, even daring to claim that the holy ecclesiarchs have assumed the sole right to speak for the God Emperor. Many of the disgruntled flee to the ruins of the Sisyphus Sapion hive since the Foreman Clean has promised them protection and support. It is even said that the Foreman supply the malcontents with weapons converted from industrial equipment in case of large-scale clashes. The enforcers and the agents of the ecclesiary have been able to curb the malcontents so far, but divisions widen by the day. Sisyphus? What? No, not Sisyphus. Scipion, not Sisyphus. 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 The foreman involved in this as well. A great question, Lord Captain. This group does come up in the reports from the capital world rather often. I can assume this is due to the fact that in their now ruined home, Sisyphus, they used to have a prevalent, more simplistic form of revering the Emperor. The preachers there used to teach the Sisyphean insurrectionists the importance of hard work and of the labor collectives as familial unity, but seldom the importance of order and hierarchy. They offered the congregation a form of faith that was as simple, cheap, convenient, and functional as their work clothes. Now they seem to think that the priests who wallow in luxury want to take this away from them. Is there any reason to believe that the disturbances are inspired by heretics? Thankfully, no, your lordship. The rebel arousers zealously oppose heresy, fill the ranks of the planetary guard with new recruits, regularly outperform quotas, and attend prayer service. The Foreman clan has been actively involved in uncovering the underground devotees of the ruinous powers and has discovered 2 large successful operating cells. Our agents are quite confident that the likelihood of them harboring agents of the cult of the Final Dawn is far lower than in other segments of the population. What do my advisors have to say? Small deviances in a creed beget large ones, and large ones beget heresy. Our faith is founded upon absolute trust in those above us, and if those people's beliefs push them toward descent, then those beliefs have been wicked from the very beginning. But that does not necessarily make the preachers themselves wicked, perhaps simply misguided. You could pass them into the ecclesiary's care for re-education so that they may see the truth, and it would also guarantee their fluxus obedience. Shireen, perhaps you should stop allowing the fat cardinals and their servants to do whatever they want to your people. Rein them in, feigning the exalted one is not contained within ranks and titles, but within the hearts and hands of the common people. And even this can take many forms as well. Let those who shoulder the welfare of their goddess at least choose in which manner they pray to him. Take the minor cults under your protection. Those who wish to worship him in their own way must prove their right to do so. The only help that will be proper in this situation is to provide instruction. Send one of the spinners to show how they can defend themselves. They will either take up arms and protect their faith, or bow down. Detain the preachers and those troublemakers, send them to re-educated. Okay, against security, Book of Minor Prayers. The wearer cannot use Psychic or Navigate the Powers. The wearer gains plus 50% chance to ignore damage from Psychic and Navigate the Powers. We will send a spinner to Dragonas bearing guidance. Let us see how firm they are in their belief. All allies gain awareness percent critical hit chance. The newfound death cult of Dragonas offer nightly prayer from dying one to guide Roku's hand in battle. The minor cults are hereby under my protection. Ui. All allies gain 15 lore over the Imperium. Nah, I'll listen to, Lord Man. Good. The hostages will keep their flock from making rash decisions. The enforcers firmly dispersed the crowds of shock batons and choke.
Well, this isn't what I was hoping would happen.
They burst into the chapels of the condemned cults, beat the servants, smashed any sacred symbols deemed unorthodox, and smothered the dangerous embers of spiritual disunion looming over the planet. The relics that were not an affront to the God Emperor were confiscated. The disobedient preachers were shackled and brought into the sanctuaries of the ecclesiary to learn the true meaning of the creed through humility and obedience. Their flock, intimidated by unspoken threats of violent reprisals against their spiritual leaders, have fallen since silent. This isn't what I wanted to achieve. Librarian, for that I need secret lair. Or I do this one. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I will do this one, because, yeah. Oh. Pleasing the tired. The Drusians like me? Of a floating palace. Yeah, sure, yeah. Holy Prophet? Yeah, let's be corrupt. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Convicts will be resold? Nah. Did I have to do so much? Corruption has infiltrated Weeble 6, Lord Captain. The cultists of the Final Dawn have agitated the convicts into a full-blown uprising, promising them a chance at escape. The planet's cargo port and guard facilities are now under siege. Under lockdown, U.S. Marines. The cultists themselves have not joined the assault. They have scurried into the mines, deep into the tunnels that were infected with Xenos corruption not too long ago. The security posts that we set up in those mining drifts reported a skirmish, and then went silent. What did the cultists head to? Why did they head to that particular area? Unfortunately, we don't know the heretics' true objectives, but there is nary a doubt that they are pursuing a sinister and wicked goal, and therefore must be stopped. What's the current situation on the surface? The overseers are trapped inside the guard facilities, but there are many among the convicts who are loyal to your lordship. They remember your charitable mercy and may yet switch sides. I would like to hear what my advisors have to say.
Heretics seek out those who are weak of spirit and entice them with promises of salvation. But such spineless lot lack the resolve to fight and will drop their weapons should someone give them a reason to fear. The purpose of many tactics in warfare is to sow terror in the enemy ranks, and I know some of these tactics well. Make them quit their father, and those weaklings will forget all about their heinous intentions. Lord Captain, your resources and status allow you to make use of one of the most blunt and affordable tools of all. Mercenaries. These dogs of war will stall the warp itself for the right price. Provide the overseers with some hired backup, and you can consider the crisis resolved.
It is enough to kill a few to make the many lose their footing. Let the spinners bring death to the prominent instigators, and the rest will be intimidated. They will open themselves to an attack. The rest of the convicts' leaders have been repaying benevolence. Trampled cult banner. Enemies that are targeted by the wearer's spiky ability or suffer bleeding and blinded. Okay. Okay, this might be good for Lysandra. This might be good for Lysandra. I mean, them bleeding and also being blinded in case the blinding check didn't succeed. And they already will have a few blinding... at this point, if I pick this, Lysandra will ensure they're blind. Stop the riots immediately. I lose a fit. Nah. Cabela summoned the spinner, so let's break the enemy as a ghost of evils here. Allies against 5% dodge and 3% hit chance. Everyone knows that the enemies of the rogue are extinguished by death itself. Ulfar show my people instill fear in their enemies. Fiend of Evil 6. Allies can 10 coercion. Whenever an enemy enters a 5-star radius around the rogue trader or their allies, this enemy must pass the willpower resistance test with a 5 bonus or become staggered for 1 turn. If 2 or more allies are close enough to trigger this effect, the enemy must pass the resistance test each for each of these allies. I have a lot called mercenaries for help. Tempered by the queries. All lance weapons. Ew. Okay. Do I want everyone to have more coercion? I mean... This on Lysandra would be strong as shit. I mean, bleeding and blinded. Nah, I'll go for this instead. Like, the enemy being staggered is strong.
I shall teach them some secrets of this art.
Following the advice given by the formidable Space Wolf, the Overseers carried out a series of reprisals and acts of intimidation. Leaving behind mutilated corpses and infiltrating the rebel camp under the cover of darkness, they crushed the rebels' morale and forced them to surrender their weapons. The leaders of the conspiracy, the cultists of the Final Dawn, were confronted in the mines. They had surrounded a strange, dark Xeno obelisk covered with glyphs, trying to awaken it from its slumber. The glyph patterns were similar to those that the mad convicts had drawn before. The monstrous construction contained enough energy to tear the planet apart. By heroically disrupting the cultists' plan, the guards caused a malfunction within the terrible machine. Instead of exploding, the obelisk emitted a blistering heat wave, melting itself and turning those around it to ash. Vibo 6 had been saved. Lord Captain, Vibo 6 begs for help. Something terrible prowls the planet, searching for a way to wipe out the planet's inhabitants. Victims died in small groups at first, so they dismissed it as simple accidents. A poisoning, a crashed transport, a fire. But the death toll has started to rise, and explaining everything as a mere coincidence is no longer an option. The enemy appears to be testing out different methods of killing your subjects, like it's looking for the most efficient way to murder as many of them at once as possible. Our picked traps sometimes catch sight of a blurry dark shadow walking among the people, but no one has actually seen it with their own eyes. What kind of accidents are happening here? Various sorts of mechanical failures, ventilation systems emitting substances that have no business being there, all spectres registering specks of radiation, maintenance systems shutting down for no apparent reason. It all resembles extermination experiments, with your servants playing the role of a test subject. Any ideas? The art of hunting relies on the art of hiding. You cannot see your target. Then make it so that the target cannot see you. Deceive its senses and seize your advantage.
A predator walking among your people. Well, did it... Well, then it's time we became predators ourselves. Your servants can't see it and don't know where its lair lies, but I will tell you how to find it. You need to spark the beast's curiosity. Leave something it craves out in the open, and mark it so that you can track the beast as it's carrying the bait away in its jaws. That is how we hunt cunning prey on Fenris.
Ha! You call it your enemy, but you're mere pests in its eyes. This isn't war, this is extermination. You are a nuisance, and that is your asset. Understand what it is that you do that vexes it so much, and you will understand how to drive it mad. All that will be left then is to lay a trap.
Speaking as an expert, all evidence indicates that the unknown creature is an ancient Xenos, cunning and dangerous. Conventional methods will be inadequate at overcoming it. Only the motif force, the blessed energy granted us by the Omnissiah, can bypass this creature's defenses. Equip a squad of the most effective fighters with arc rifles and shock grenades, and deploy them at locations where the Xenos is the most active.
Yerad makes a good point. Find some effective disguise against our phone, wait for it to strike. Eugen's methods ineffective. The special order trained the use of arc rifle. Ulfar sounds we will leave a bait for our enemy. Marazai is right, set a series of traps and provoke it to attack. I'll listen to Eurolit, cause let's try to, like, not lose people. Made hunters find impatience. The colonists' wardens experimented with several means of disguise, but did eventually succeed in hiding themselves from the eyes of their mysterious foe. The warden, whose unfortunate lot it was to keep the watch inside of an air purifier, spotted a strange shadow right between the working mechanisms and the lead cover. The enemy had grown careless and finally revealed itself. The brave warden raised the alarm, wounded the creature, and fell in battle, but his comrades managed to chase the beast away. Cornered in its den, the monster fought its final battle and was slain. It was a terrifying Xenos with a metallic skeletal body and a single emerald eye. Its lair turned out to be a crypt-like chamber, and beneath it was an entire fortress buried in stone. The walls were covered in glyphs similar to the mysterious pattern that mad convicts had been drawing.
Who is this? I wonder, where have I heard of a metallic skeletal body with a single emerald eye and a crypt-like chamber? Where have I heard of this before? I think I heard of this when I was thinking about Necrons. I think it might be Necrons.
The chamber also contained the dissected remains of the missing miners. The Omnissiah's servant studied the bodies, the crypt, and Xenos' corpse, hypothesizing that the inhuman belonged to a caste of sages among its kind. It had remained in stasis for ages untold, but had recently been awakened either by the mining efforts or the explosions caused by the Drukari invaders. After killing everyone who had approached its lair, the creature tried to wake its brethren, but millennia of tectonic shifts had crushed the underground fortress. The creature was alone. Whenever the wearer ends their turn, they deal 6 damage to all adjacent creatures. The number of creatures heals 3, the wearer suffers staggered effect. Ugh. The fearsome insects, the ones that assailed the colony, were the only tool the Xenos had left, so it chose to lie in wait. But when the heretics of the Final Dawn sabotaged the fortress's reactor in their attempts to destroy the planet, the Xenos grew restless and started searching for a way to exterminate the humans. Now the last Xenos survivor was dead, and so was its entire race, or at least, so prayed every denizen on Vivo 6. Terrible news from Dargonas, your lordship. Your vigilant servants have discovered an abscess of treachery on our capital world, one that has grown too large and could rupture at any moment. The informants report that the group known as the Foreman clan is actually a cover for a horrendous cult of genetic aberrations, who currently have their people in every echelon of the hive. They are traitors to the purity of humanity, traitors to the creed, rebels and heretics. Apparently, did our holy sermons speak of the 3 sorrowful phalanges of a finger pointing the way to retribution and unity. What exactly did my people find out? One tenacious clerk from the administrator questioned the authenticity of the reports coming from the ruins of Sisyphus 84-249. He personally observed the debris removal and entered the lower levels of the fallen hive. There, he discovered signs that proved Sisyphus had been affected by a gene plague. The thousands of corpses of the extra-armed abominations had been buried in a mass grave. He also found the remains of Achilles Calendus' people. It seemed that they had noticed the signs of corruption, and the traitors, aiming to cover up their crimes, buried their misdeeds under the ruins of the hive. On the way back, the closest transport was destroyed, but he miraculously managed to survive. Now the heretics think that they have covered their tracks once more, and so they continue their plots, oblivious and unprepared for our attack. What is this mutant plague that has affected our capital? A horrendous distortion of the human form. It seems that they spread their poison by biting and enslaving their victims. Some of them are indistinguishable from normal humans, while others are disgustingly ugly. The heretics hide them away from prying eyes. They seem to be connected by a common consciousness and are absolutely loyal to the despicable cult. The astropathic choirmaster of Dargonas had suggested that the cult may be behind the extermination of the psychos on the planet. He can sense the ghost of a powerful consciousness of some sort. The astropaths we have forced to serve on Dargonas are afraid. They do not wish to become a living shield if the enemy launches another psychic assault at us. I fear that this line in our defense is quite fragile. Do these abominations look like the ones on my ship, the same cursed brood? I'm afraid so, your lordship. The descriptions from Dargonas are quite similar to what we have witnessed ourselves. The same deformities, the same underhanded tactics. Either they are akin to our aberrations, or they are another branch stemming from the same foul root. The four-man clan is a cover for a disgusting cult? Indeed, they probably began by recruiting workers. It is easy to blend in with the laboring riffraff. Posing as a union of technomats, they were able to conceal their secret operations and infiltration to the upper echelons of power. Each new crisis allowed them to gain more of our trust and resources. And most despicable of all is that they have perverted our faith. They revere the God Emperor in the form of a four-armed monstrosity. Their prayers are full of hatred towards those in power and promises of reckoning when their dreadful deity will come and acquaint them with their oppressors. With us, that is. Many fools and troublemakers have fallen for their lies. Living in the secluded labor settlements of the ruined Sisyphus, they could act with impunity, but at least it prevented them from infecting the hives as severely as they could have done. The separation of the minor cults dealt them a harsh blow. By bringing the flock back into the fold of obedience, we have reduced the number of potential new recruits. Hendrix, what are those mutants?
They are called gene stealers, and they are not simple mutants. They are a xenos plague that breeds inside the human brain, forever distorting the genetic makeup and enslaving them to the brood.
This is much more threatening than the Nukari figure ravaging capital earlier.
If they are on their goalness, then they will try to overtake the entire planet sooner or later.
The messengers of the great devourer. My kin can sense the shapeshifters, but should stay vigilant, Antok. For a species as physically weak as the monkey, their arrival may spell death. What forces do they have at their disposal? The heretic mostly consists of workers, but some have infiltrated the guard as well. Their weapons are primarily made from repurposed industrial machinery. The cultists are fearless and will readily sacrifice themselves for the sake of their common goal, but the worst part is their psychic threat. We cannot even begin to gauge it. We fear that the tribes of the engine vandals will support them as well, partially influenced by the plague and partially lured by the promise of a good raid. But we gotta act. Absolutely right. It's possible to negotiate with the degenerates. Our only option is to completely annihilate them. We should start from the top. Should we attack decisively and quickly, or should we show our hand by bringing assault vehicles into the capital and gain an advantage in firepower? Do we quietly eliminate their leaders, and do we rain destruction upon the infected territories and cleanse them of traitors? Mariusz Pudzianowski, raise the people to battle and publicly proclaim war. Tell the people that the heretics are hiding among them, and the millions of loyal subjects will grind the thousands of traitors to dust. May Dorgonus cleanse itself of this filth. Give me 1 second. My ass has been sore from
From this pillow. Yeah, this pillow has why is this pillow around? Wait, why was the pillow that I've been sitting around the entire time? Wow, my ass. Why is there a shirt there? Where did I put that there? Oh, that's better. Oh, that's better. Meredith's caustic laughs and shivers down your spine. And let others sully their hands. Just one beacon, and my kinsmen will descend upon the affected hives. Perhaps it will cause some additional casualties here and there, but have no doubt, none of your enemies will survive, even hiding in the little nest. Yeah, let me just call the Ducario to my main planet. Yeah, sure.
The cleansing should be thorough. A good few wrecks of dead ships will linger in orbit after the day the Xeno scum attacked your world. Command your fleet to pick them up and send them plummeting towards the nest of this spawn trying to encroach in your domain. Since all of them are linked by a common will, we could start by launching our attack there. If their astropathic choir could drown out the voice of the brood, we would be able to launch a sudden strike and act quickly enough before the enemy could restore cohesion and alert the forces to assault. Argentus, why we will announce the people that we have an enemy amidst. Heinrichs propel plan for a psychic attack. After that, we shall launch a surprise on the cold headquarters. Marissa, we shall feed the heretics to your kinsmen, and then we'll finish off the organized army. No. I like Ulfar's plan. We should do as the Emperor just said. Let us crush the infected sectors from Orbe. I mean, yeah, I actually am gonna listen to Heinrichs. I will send the Inquisition directives developed specifically for the scenarios through Dorgonus.
At the appointed time, the enforcers started a simultaneous raids in all the hives of the capital. Relying on stealth and surprise, they did not use heavy weapons of war. At the same time, the Astropathic Choir launched a truly devastating attack on the grim psychic shadow hanging above the hives of Dargonis. This attack stunned the brood of heretics and temporarily cut off their psychic communication. But the heretics did not go down without a fight. Soon, an enraged outcry of psychic energy from the brood swept through the hives, plunging the dynasties' brave warriors into horror or bloody insanity. The Astropathic Choir managed to drown it out with their menacing chants, but it was a test of wills, and the only most disciplined and steadfast psychers withstood its sheer force. The element of surprise facilitated the swift extermination of the cult leaders, leading the rest of the heretics to lose heart. The filthy shrines of the heretics were set ablaze. Only one thing filled the rogue traders' servants with unease. Inside the cult's main temple, they found the den of some grotesquely enormous monster. It was empty. They did not find the beast. If the Emperor had been merciful to Dargonis, the monster would surely have perished in the fires that had engulfed the hives during that cycle. You against 15% hit chance against Xenos. Okay, nothing here. Interesting. Oh yeah, because things are still being built in those. Yeah, things are still being built. Okay, nothing Kiava Gamma. Nothing on Dargonis, but Vivo 6 Zarka. Nothing! Okay, I thought we would have way more talking, but no. Okay, we don't. What quests do I have? I mean, contracts. I have lots of contracts. Weapons in exchange for provisions and people. 4 people for 2 profit factor. Sure, yeah. You completed 20 contracts. 4 provisions for phlogiston and mechanisms. Don't need that right now. 4 profit factor for chemicals and Promethean. Nah. 4 profit factor for Xenotech and alright armor. I don't really need all that much more. The Gene Sealer Quill was behind the rebellion or capital world of Dargonis. Premium implants. Wait for the news of the completion of the excavation. Pawn 4. Yeah, there's so many things. The Heartless? What are you? Okay. Lord Captain, we have established a Vox connection with the captain of the Heartless. He says the ship and her crew serve you faithfully while protecting the dynasty's trading vessels. I'm curious to hear about the Heartless's voyages. Oh, they gave me weapons. Cool. The captain reports the destruction of a pirate ship. The heretics didn't know that Sargona was no longer the master of the Heartless and offered to buy captives. Your servants immediately delivered a sudden strike and dispatched the brigands. The captain is pleased to present you a shuttle loaded with spoils. Yay! Free stuff! Yay, we love free stuff. Yay! Free stuff, always nice. Yay! Okay, we have so much to do. Nameless Star, Elusive Plunderers. Oh, yeah, we have to go here as well. Visit Dargonis. Wait, what is this? I don't like this. I don't like that. I don't like that. Within rumor, proximity, oversized asteroid. The new visions of the dark. Yeah. Lord Captain, there is an emergency at the officer's deck. Victor's voice is quaking slightly. Numerous victims, loss of communication. The voidsmen report warp voices filling the compartments. But this is not a warp breach. This is the Xenos you took abroad at Ionis. She has gone mad and went on a rampage. What the fuck? I have 2 fairly reliable witness accounts. According to one, the Xenos suddenly assaulted the crew members, killing them seemingly at random. The other claims that they are survivors who barricaded themselves in the adjacent compartments. The enforcers managed to isolate the raving Xenos in a dead end, but they have been unable to pacify him so far. What will your orders be? Such are the consequences of ill-considered actions born out of the lack of faith in the God Emperor's laws. I'm ready to stop the accursed Xenos rampage personally and repay every life he has taken. Why am I not surprised? Heinrich's voice is oozing with poison. Rogue trader, we cannot bring back your subjects, but I will gladly aid you in disposing of the rabid creature before it mauls even more people. The Vox channel relays a thin sigh, full of realization and fright. Elentak, I know what the reason behind Marazai's madness is. Please, I must accompany you to the compartment. I will help you deal with the Dark One. Here, let explain your words. Do you remember what happened during my very first voyage aboard your ship? When I found myself beyond the veil, the servants of She Who Thirsts descended upon the fragile shell that is protecting your vessel from the outside horrors and managed to break through. The soul of an Eldari shines like a beacon in the night, drawing the gaze of Cylon Thresh and stoking her thirst. The ways of Assyrian keep us safe from her claws, but the Dark Ones never sought to restrain their desires for excess and pleasure in order to acquire at least some protection against our eternal enemy. When the voices of She Who Thirsts called out to me, I found refuge in meditation. I think Marisai started feeding his withering soul instead, using the only method he knew. I'm going there immediately. The squad of enforcers who had blocked the Xenos in the dead-end corridor is waiting at the deck. I beg you to be careful, Lord Captain, and may the God Emperor watch over you. Not Idira, Cassia. Or do I get Ulfar? Nah. I would love to use Ulfar, but, like... See, if they had given Ulfar and Argenta in the same chapter, or like early on, I would have probably switched to the big guy. But now... So before I do any more things, I want to check if... Okay, Pujan is not level 5 yet, but very close to being a Zealot Iconoclast. Okay. Do I have any weapons that might be interesting? I mean, I did give you things. Only plus 15 strength. Yeah, why would I want that? Wait, Pujan has no boots. Pujan, why are you not wearing boots? You need to wear some boots. 5 agility and 28 dodge against attacks of opportunity. Whenever there is air attack. Nah. 50% melee dodge reduction. Bro. At the beginning of the combat, medkit onslaught, nah. When it performs an area attack, nah. I mean, this would be... this could be huge on him. They were against 8 temporary wounds.
Astrim, indeed, I have slept long enough. The kingdom of Polandia has long since forgotten my name, and I am eager to make them remember. However, the blood of Marius Pusianowski stains your place, and I must admit, I'm curious about your gameplan, Warhammer. And so, before I tear down the dark, forest and crush the bottle, you shall do as an appetizer. Comfort, Bavarian, and you iash air.
Oh, that is fucking brilliant. Oh, that's fucking brilliant, man. Oh, that's brilliant. I really like that one. Good job, NG. That is brilliant. You know what? You know what? I'm bestowing an honor upon you that so far has only been bestowed upon Fartbath. Wait, no, wrong. Here, chat box. Wait, no, was it chat box? No. I think it was, Cloudbot. Yeah, I have to check Cloudbot. What? Oh, they changed what stuff looks like. Ew. Ew. Ew, they changed things. Ew. Oh, yeah, I'm so also surprised that no one has done exclamation mark toilet. Would John. Okay, we now have exclamation mark Pujan. If anyone wants to use that one. Increase the rate of fire of the weapon by 1 each time an enemy is killed, perplex inflicted on an enemy. I mean, maybe on her. Instacks technical advantage, you don't know if enemies hit during that turn. I wonder where hits a target with a melee attack. The target's armor is reduced by -2. But reducing weapon skill and ballistic attack is also really good. Let's talk about where his abilities can... I mean, this could be good on him as well, or like maybe Cassia. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, only plus 10 strength. She doesn't need plus 10 strength. I guess a tactical advantage. Nah. Rate of fire is increased. Nah. Yeah, no, this one. Yeah. Wait, do I have any other stuff? Is that the enchanted? 3 to weapon skill and ballistic skill. What does it scale with? Intelligence, so it would be useful on Lysandra, if anything. I mean, weapon skill and ballistic skills, it doesn't really need that. The 10% dodge. Nah, the psychic body glove is a bit better. The areas that move during the turn, the cover efficiency is increased. Yeah, I mean, Lysandra does tend to not move all that often. Actually, I completely forgot. Yeah, I'll be right back. I need to quickly check on something. Alright, that took a bit longer than I expected. My apologies. I think I was going for how long? A good half an hour or so? Like 20 minutes? I needed to take care of some dog-related reasons, some puppy-related reasons, so my apologies for that. But I'm back now, so, yeah, I don't know how much more time I have. But, yeah, I mean, we'll see. Lord Xenos and all warp, Lord Xenos. Press the advantage. Press the advantage. Technically useful for Cassia, but... Could make Cassia shoot, but... So, Marazai.
A new challenge for me?
Where are you, you fuck?
Somebody open the door! Open the door before we get me!
Have some water. I like water. Water's good. Water. The main bloodied body looks like a broken marionette lying in an unnatural position. Oh, there's a few Deccan forces left. The corpse is missing its eyes and its face is horribly mutilated.
Look, Captain, the enemy of humanity will not get in here. We guarantee it. As long as he doesn't go down the technical shafts deep inside the ship. And there's no way we'll find him.
It's about time.
With any luck, the Xenos will stumble upon was some of the traps that a Technomad left behind. Oh, Captain, all the Emperor be with you. And with all of us, too.
The enforcer can barely suppress the tremors running throughout his body.
All you can deal with this spawn. Permission to report, your lordship. It started a few watches after the translation. Well, actually, we say this. Associate of yours had been acting strangely even before that. It's as if he started hearing things. He was swiveling back and forth, barking something in his Xenos tongue, and he grabbed his blade and sliced his hand open. His own hand. Then he suddenly howled and lunged at the people nearby. The voice of she who thirsts. Irla turns pale. He heard the call. Any of our kind to find themselves beyond the veil become tempting prey for sail and thresh. And your technology that protects the ship from her baleful infants cannot drown out the sound of her maddening voice. Point at the demon. Can you see her? The officer looks behind him, glances around the deck, and turns to you with an alarmed expression. See who, your lordship? Who are you referring to, your lord captain?
Oi. Where is Marasai now?
Who? Oh, the Xenos. He is holed up in there.
He nods at the barricaded gate.
He corralled a number of crewmen in there like rocks to a slaughterhouse. All we could hear were screams. Well, we couldn't save them, so we locked him in there so he couldn't crawl back out. Unless he find a crack to squeeze through.
Also completely forgot, but welcome back in the con. Completely forgot to say something.
The prospect of having a rabid Xenos crawling inside our bulkheads makes my heart sink. No, we ought to drag him out, then we either put him on a chain or, forgive my bluntness, old captain, we swat him down and forget that he ever existed.
Who were the victims of this massacre?
Anybody could get his hands on, your lordship. Officers, serfs, a technomat. He even attacked a servitor, although that didn't last long. He just tore its head off. The rest of them, though, The Xeno scum tortured the life out of them.
You can see the colors draining from the officer's face. I had enough. I'm heading inside.
Well, I'll block it right away. Right quick, your lordship. If only there was a way to flush that fiend out without going in.
He stops and pales even more.
Thrones his mercy, I completely forgot. The late technomat, he turned on some security systems right before he bled out. We figured if the Xenos thinks about showing his face, this systems will get him. The point is, we should go with your lordship, with your permission. It just wouldn't be right for the Lord Captain to go in there alone. God, Emperor, help us all.
The officer tries his best to speak calmly, but his voice is quivering. The thought of going inside the compartment that has become a death trap fills him with dread bordering on panic.
I won't
No one's...
tolerate weakness.
Who is this? Is this the ruler of this vessel and the master of the lost child? Come closer. Let me get a good look at you.
Go.
I could hear the beating of his heart, the roaring blood in his veins, the pulsating fear in his black soul.
Halt! I noticed something.
Okay. The wearer gets plus 75 Medicaid. Each time the wearer uses a medkit, it provides an additional 6 temporary wounds. Ooh, those are good gloves. Those are very good gloves. But being able to lower the weapon skill and ballistics, it's just too good.
We should deal with this.
Okay, those are...
When the time comes for me to step into this world, he will be waiting for me.
Okay, it is,
The Emperor sets my path. Nothing escapes
Oi,
my
oi.
sight.
Oi. Okay, first we disarm this.
See,
Jesus
right there.
Jesus Christ. Okay, next, move here. Move here. Move here, disarm this one.
Duty prevails.
Then go here, disarm this
Emperor
one.
favors me today.
Then you have to disarm this trap.
Yes, that's
I
it.
better myself through my service.
And then this. Okay, very good. And I assume in there. Okay, more cargo.
Claim to
And
the
we have another
stars.
level up. So for Pujan, each adjacent creature. Yeah, that's adjacent creature. Yeah, none of these are that useful for Pujan. 11 bonus lore to lore Xenos. Execution just attack, all damage over time. Fat Sisyphus. Any suffering? Suffer -7 penalty to... Yeah, maybe. The soul of that enemy suffering from burning inflicted by the executioner. When pushing enemy now. The first instance of damage dealt by the executioner is damage over time affects in a round. Yeah, I'll do this one. It will not die. Increases wounds by half of the character's level. Now, if I remember correctly, Pujan gains... Yeah, where was this? 5% more damage. Allows the character to use melta weapons, which is a waste. The character gains bonus strength to 20% of the maximum wounds. Then in that case, then I will not die. Which gives Pujan even more strength. Now he has 135 strength. I'm really see, this is a problem I have. This increases his hit chance by 24%, but he loses 10% of his wounds, which is 4 strength. Like, it's 4 strength he loses, but He does get a 24% crit hit chance. I'm going to work as a target first time in a round. They gain 10 to all characteristics until the end of the round. So it gives him 10 strength and then 10 toughness, which translates into HP, which translates into strength. Do I have anything that would be better than this? 10 to awareness, no. 15 damage against human enemies. Nah. Press the advantage, he doesn't really have that. 8 or more AP, he doesn't really have that. 45% chance to ignore damage from psychic and navigator powers. What does that scale with? It scales with Lore Imperium. Wait, that's huge. I don't know where he uses combat locus stratagem. He doesn't. He doesn't. 15 Medicae? Nah. Nah. Maybe the wear stuff is a critical hit? Nah. Range damage? Yeah, no. Nah. Did not spend MP here very much, does use that. Use a non-attacking consumable item. The start of every combat the wearer zealous gain deflection equal to wearer's psi rating. Maybe the wearer dodges an attack. Nah. Wait. The wielder gains a 5% chance to reduce incoming warp damage by half for each point in deflection. So far that would be... So 5% for each point. So far it's 55%. At the beginning of the combat, they were against a shadow field effect. While under this cover, they were against full cover against all ranged attacks. Nah. 20 tech use. Nah. 16% critical hit chance against Xenos. Nah. I know we're use controlled shot. Nah. Have triggering up psychic phenomenon. Nah. But there is nothing better. So I have to keep that on him. Who has the highest knowledge about the Imperium? Only Lysandra. And the issue with that is that... Yeah, she would ignore... There's a 95% chance she would ignore damage from psychic and navigator powers. But the thing also is, she can't do anything anymore. Oh, Abelard, you're looking cool. Okay, what can I get Lord Man? No heresy, nah. Scales with fellowship. Formidable distraction. Anything that boosts our radius around the vanguard suffer. Oh yeah, this one's good. No heresy. Okay, yeah, what else do we have here? Alter, yeah. Until the end of the turn, they use against 2 resolve each critical hit scored if they have an augment and a cortical insertion. Nah. 15% bonus to parry. If the user uses a grenade. I mean, I don't want him to parry, I want him to block. Energy accumulation. Did not move during their turn. He often does. Each in the first single attack the user makes goes critical hit and deals 50% more critical damage if using an augment optical insertion. If an ally becomes a secondary target of a character's arc rifle. Nah. Metal shell. During the first round of combat the user gains deflection. Nah. After galvanizing an augment, the user gains 2 AP and 3 MP. Nah. Power armor proficiency. Shield mastery. Nah. Yeah, no power armor proficiency. Oh, is there even anything? Let's go to the additional 10 toxic damage. The boss attack with attack opportunity also suffers toxic damage. Yeah, that one is good, but I have power armor here. Don't I? Yeah, this one just gives him 15% strength. Not 15%, just 15 strength. Do I have any more power armor? Oh, you're looking mighty fine in this, though. I mean, you're looking really cool in this. You know, I kind of don't care that this is better. I mean, just him having the, like, look. Wow, nah, that's cool. Nah, these power armors look cool. Say for Yoyachi Yachi. Blade of Light, subtle manipulation. No, first second using. Nah. Mind Siege, direct damage every time I suffer mental damage. Mental Breach. Whenever the enemy whenever taken damage from the Psyker. Whenever the Psyker kills an enemy with a Psychic power. The effect of Psychic powers related to the Psy Raven's character's Psy rating were increased by 1. Yeah, this one actually. Scyther. Nah, she doesn't really use that. She doesn't really use this at all. Mind Siege. Yeah, sure, yeah. More damage. No Heresy. Lower Xenos and low warp at 0. I mean, not if she used that. Those with 2 stacks of versatility. Each round, the first single target ability used by an ally now is 1 AP to that ally. Any range attack and range actually, 2 stacks of versatility helps. Yeah. And then whenever the Minister nah. Full armor pen, the Emperor protects for nah. Minus 40% wounds. If not, that character has the same archetype, not very much do. If an Imperial Wood character is affected by an ally's non-damaging ability, and the skills with fellowship. You know what? No heresy. Oi. 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 Hey, but at least there's a higher chance she hits enemies now. 10% critical hit chance and armor against Xenos or demonic creatures. I could have used that in the last thing. Okay, Yearlet. Oi. Catch. Whenever the bounty hunter hits an enemy with an attack, they inflict a catch effect on that enemy. At the start of a bounty hunter's turn, this target suffers a stacking penalty to their armor and dodge. Once the catch moves or suffers damage, the catch effect penalties are... Okay, yeah, maybe. Claim and maim. If claim the bounty kills enemy, the bounty hunter's next attack this turn will always score a critical hit. When a bounty hunter scores a critical hit for the first time in a round, they gain movement points. Nah. When a bounty hunter kills an enemy whose difficulty is 4 or higher, the bounty hunter immediately reloads their weapon and attacks the closest enemy in their line of sight. This attack gains 50% over penetration, but is only 40. Maybe. Flay the Bolt. Call the Bolt. Additionally, Call the Bolt? Oh, I never used that one yet. When a bounty performs a single shot attack on immobilized or stunned target, his attack refunds its cost and does not count towards the attack limit. Pepsi Nitro. Okay, let's see. Albertsons. Error 16. This request was blocked by our security service. Well. Can't look at it. Whenever the bounty hunter kills prey whose difficulty is 4 or higher, the bounty hunter addition against 2 AP. Whenever prey deals damage to the bounty hunter as his ally, the bounty hunter gains damage against that prey for 2. Whenever prey is not being trailed is killed by an ally, the bounty hunter gains an extra turn with half their AP and MP. That isn't being trailed. Oh yeah, that happens quite often. Cannot attack during this turn. At the start of the bounty hunter's turn, they gain 2 MP for each ally who's adjacent to the prey. Whenever the bounty hunter is attacked in melee, I mean, yeah, more traps, yeah. What else would I want to increase? Combat Master, Drukhari weapon proficiency. Nah. Finesse. Whenever this character uses Drukhari and Eldari melee weapons. Nah. Hold on. Using their agility instead of strength if agility is higher. Name a heavy weapon, it will not die. Melt a weapon solid. German friend to look, homie, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay, I appreciate it, but you really don't have to. Pork neck braised in beer. Oi. That sounds tasty. base skill, characteristic training, ballistic skill. Finesse. Oh, the weapon damage, okay. Yeah, no, increase the ballistic skill. Yeah. Can never go wrong with being able to hit enemies better. Pork neck braised in beer. Beer! 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 Unless they're talking about navigate disabilities, can 5 resistances against warp effects. Ugh, yeah. Under my protection. What else do I pick here? No. Nimble, 10 bonus to dodge, maybe. Instant retribution, nah. Durable, nothing. Combat master. I mean, I could also just give her more willpower. Or I just pick this. Yeah, open to the warp. Yeah, do this. Yeah. Oi. Yeah, my lads have quite a lot of stacks. I like stats.
None shall
And now we have the
stand in my way.
Oi. And right now we have the power armor duo. The power armor front line.
I have come because the prince wills it. The souls of all his progenitors belong to him alone. None will escape his embrace.
What a peculiar thing. Duty
Follow my
prevails.
lead.
Do I have anything I could give maybe to Wait, I don't have anything. Wait, I didn't have anything on me. What the fuck? Why did I not have anything? Bro. Oi, goods. What is this? Our strategist visor. The bearer gains an additional stratagem. All allies in the target combat tactics area instantly reload their weapons after each attack made by them until start wears next turn. Nah. Oi, Marasai. Hey, homie. Oh, that's I think a greater demon of Slanesh. Oi. Marasai jerks his head up when you appear. His already gaunt face is tightly wrapped in pale grey, parchment-like skin. His teeth are bared feverishly, and his dark eyes have turned into 2 pitch-black mirrors that could show your reflection clearly if you were to gaze into them. He opens his mouth, but instead of words, an unnatural rasping hiss comes out. If this creature ever possessed intelligence, there is no sign of it left.
At last!
The resonant voice that has followed you on your journey through the deck sounds like it is coming from every direction, chilling you to the bone.
At last we meet, you poor child. Look at him, mortal. Look at how he yearns to return to the one who caresses his kind rejects so stubbornly. Come, child, follow my voice, and my prince will grant you all the bliss and torment in this universe.
Yurex exclaims something in the Eldari language. The elucidator fails to process a rapid and elaborate speech. Without waiting for Marasai's response, she turns to you.
My dark king has lost himself in the fight against the pull of she who thirsts. Allow me, Alantak. However great our differences are, however dissolute and depraved the dark ways may be, I cannot blind my eyes and let Silent Thresh take him.
The warp spawn laughs musically.
Sooner or later, all of his kind will step into my embrace. The prince is patient. The prince knows that every Eldari soul is already his.
The demonette's voice suddenly forces itself into your mind.
But if you let me get close to the lost child, if you lull him into letting his guard down, the prince will reward you, Mariusz Pujanowski. The soul of this pathetic Xenos, with a small price to pay for the blessings that come with my master's flavor.
It's gonna be fun, Germany, man. Yeah, no worries. I might have to just import it. Or I ask, I don't know, Fartbath for a favor. Who knows? Because I would really love to have some Pepsi Nitro Vanilla again. Like, I wouldn't mind driving to another country just to get like 24 cans of it. Like, that's a good Tuesday. I don't know, wake up at 6 a.m., drive for the entire day. You know, I would do that. I will try to bring him to his senses. The Rukari stares at you without blinking. Teeth still bared, his frenzied expression frozen like a mask. You hear hissing again, this time lower and angrier than before. Closely look at Marasai. Marasai, half crouched, is teetering slightly, and that is the only movement you can see. His body language shows that he's ready to attack, as do the bloodstained blades he's holding. Yerlet, you promised you would help. Yerlet starts talking, too quickly for the elucidator, but not for Marasai. He turns his head and watches her like a snake watches a bird. Yerlet takes a step, then another. You hear new inflections in her voice, melodious, almost calming. Her hands are moving in an elaborate dance of gestures as she keeps touching the spirit stone on her chest. Slowly, very slowly, Yerlet advances towards Marasai and his bristling blades, and she remains still, seemingly entranced by her words. You carefully follow her. Look closely at Marasai. The Xenos is turning his head back and forth, surveying the room, but still watching you. His muscles are no longer cramped stiff in a battle stance, but his face still bears a twisted expression that can either be interpreted as wild frenzy or terror. I made this change to survive and compromise, I suppose, letting this refuse let take hold of your master yourself. Continue, Hewlett. Hewlett gives you a slight nod and starts speaking again, her words filled with pain and pleading. She steps forward, then another step, and another. You feel as this last step was a little too confident. Marasai's expression changes subtly as hungering malice flashes in his eyes. Hewlett noticed the alarming signs too late, and only recalls when the blade has nearly cut through the air. She barely suppresses a cry and clutches her deep wound, but she doesn't retreat farther than a single step. No more, Hewlett whispers faintly. He no longer heeds me. Look closer at Marasai. The Xenos is standing tall and looking at you with faint traces of intelligence in his eyes, which are still hazy. It looks like one last push is required for him to emerge from his death-sowing trance. What about all that talk of the great Eldari race? How many you could see yourself now, you worthless, quivering beast? A mirage was all it took for you to soil yourself. She just trash-talked him. Marasai blinks, and his eyes ignite with a familiar look of fury and wounded pride. I will rip out your tongue and make you swallow it piece by piece, along with your own teeth. The air behind Marasai ripples, and you watch as the demonette's faintly visible silhouette bleeds out of thin air. The horrible mouth is sneering triumphantly. The larger pincer is rising higher and higher. Lads, Gorguts is here. I don't know. Pray to go. Actually, do they pray to Gork and Mork? How do orcs pray to Gork and Mork, if at all? Do they just kill and just go, yeah, Gork and Mork, I believe in Gork. I'm cunningly brutal or brutally cunning? What to you, Gorguts? How's it going, man? How's it going? What have you been up to? Half praying, half running. Always fighting. Marasai, behind you. The demonette brings her pincer down on Marasai's head and clanks against the raised blade. Marasai crouches and shoves the shrieking warp entity away from himself. No, you're mine, Marasai. You're mine. What up? Not much, just, yeah, fighting some sexy demons. Look at this. Oi, ecstatic demonette. Oi, mate, it's always racist, Roy. Then how come I got every racist head on my pointy stick? Splay that on your guts. You know, that is actually a very good point. That is actually a very good point. How can I be racist if I hate everyone equally? Clouded mind. Crouches under the demonette's control. Get back in the fight ability or the death of the demonette. Okay, we kill lots of demonettes. Okay, I have to somehow attempt to keep Marasai in the game. For each demonette nearby, all creatures from the area suffer. Oi. Okay. Okay, I need to kill this, presumably this ecstatic demonette. It just says Deck Enforcer. Master of Puppets. This demonette lures a creature under her control.
Nice one, boss. You thought I was sucking pink skins? Yeah, I did, didn't I? Hey, no, that word, you can't use that word, you kid. No. How come if I'm racist, everyone hates me? I hate everyone equally.
Okay, Lord man, you go there. Ooh, I need Lysandra in the back here. Yeah, Lysandra back here. Not really behind cover, but... Okay, whose turn is it first? Argenta. Okay, Argenta being there will be very interesting. She should be able to survive one ecstatic demonette. Kick. Yeah, I can kick. Yeah, I definitely need to use the heavy flame for these. Okay, then blind them. And then... I mean, this isn't gonna hit my allies because, yeah, I use controlled shot.
This is unacceptable.
This is unacceptable.
I'll do it.
Yes, make them demons burn.
Okay, then I want an additional shot because I want this ecstatic demonette here to be dead. I think for that I'm gonna have to use a regular flamer because the regular flamer deals more damage. Yep, was kind of hoping that would kill, but alas. So big fart, I'm going for that. Big fart. Oi oi. Oh, Argenta. Oi oi oi. Oi, hey, Marasai, you have to fight back. Marasai. Marasai, you're fucking useless. Marasai. Damn, Argenta can dodge. Okay, you're lit. Then ecstatic demonette. Yeah, I have to get rid of these ecstatic demonettes here in front. Okay, then declare you as prey. You as prey. And you as prey. So first off, I'm gonna kill you. Because this way I have more AP now. The mountain next attack will do some additional effects, additional damage. Yeah. Call the bold. Oh, it doesn't kill.
If it serves your cause.
But if I do this...
I am not.
Ah, I was hoping it would kill. But it has lots of weaknesses now. Okay, staggered, because it was near poison. Pierce the armor. What does this do again? Target's armor against the attack below 20. Okay, the target's armor will be reduced. Okay, so it just reduces the armor. Oh, they have lots of dodge though. Oy, oy, oy. Aw, they have very high dodge. And they really don't like Argenta. My ears are ringing.
Just a minor setback.
Just a minor setback.
What's the next one? The Vanguard and all the other can 16%.
It will be done.
Yeah, for this I really want Lardman to go over here. Yeah, he will probably take a bit of damage, but that's okay. Then, Taunting Scream.
At your beck and call.
Yup. Increased parry. Yup. Sworn enemy. I mean, damn, we can't hit anything. Oh, we can't hit anything. The chances of hitting are very low. In that case, then, endure. No, attack with the shield. Yeah. And then... yeah, parry against that guy. Okay. Cursed. Bonuses. Who do I want bonuses on? I need Yerelet. I need Yerelet to have an additional turn. I need her to
If it
kill
serves your cause,
this
the
guy.
soul lives beyond the veil.
Yeah, throw another trap here. Call the bold.
I
Artisan
understand
of
your intent.
Pain. Yep. 348 damage. Yeah,
I am not your ancestors. Guide me.
that's a lot of damage.
I am unsatisfied.
Should have probably done this first now that I think about it.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Okay, you are now cursed. Yeah, I would have taken 15% more damage. Yeah. 20 momentum. Attack enemies inside of the zone. I mean, I've been wanting to use this one for a while. Hey, Yerelit, can you not attack that? Okay, here she can't.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
And then yeah, just lower there. Yep. Yeah, for being super strong, you guys ain't doing shit. Yeah, and then Pujan moving over here. Wait, if I use this, can I still attack then? Yeah, I can attack.
Already done.
Yeah, we're a bit strong. We're a bit strong.
Not a problem for me. All too easy.
Okay, Pujan now has 137 armor, 95% dodge. Yeah, 12 deflection. Oh yeah, that's just Pujan.
My purposes.
That's just Pujan for you.
Nothing I can't
Guaranteed
do.
crit and bonus damage. Oh, that won't kill? No. Merciless Verdict, ranged attack or psychic staff ability, inflict... Wait, why did I pick this? Next ranged attack, I mean... Ah, it's only melee weapons, okay.
Not a problem for me.
Oh, you dealt damage, oh no. So does Puja now get 2 stacks of carnage? He does. He does.
All too. You didn't stand a chance.
Oh yeah, she gains the extra turn. Yeah, but I can't attack anyone, yeah.
If I must.
10 stacks of exploit. The Deccan forces might be the next to do a turn. I mean, this shouldn't kill them. Because I really want to try to, like, not kill those Deccan forces.
Absolutely not.
The target has to be under the effect. Which effect?
I'll pass. Nothing I can't do.
Yeah, you're allowed to have another turn.
Fall, creatures!
Okay, who do I need to kill for these enforcers to not be aggroed anymore? Because it says it's enough for me to kill the demonettes. That's what I'm currently trying to accomplish here.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Oh, okay, they're not attacking. Okay. Still under the influence, though.
Already done.
Okay, yeah, nah, we're getting a bit, we're winning a bit too much. I'm getting a bit tired of winning.
Not a problem. Nothing of value has been lost.
Marisite turns to you, looking the same as ever, with the exception that you can see his greyish-blue veins through his parchment skin and something resembling terror in his eyes. They're gone, Mariusz Bujanowski. Gone, but still lurking at the threshold. Keeping watch. I can hear their whispers. How do monkey bear them for days and days on end? He had genuine confusion in his voice.
You will hear these whispers every time the void vessel travels beyond the veil. Learn to accept this. Find an anchor for such times. Or lose yourself.
Marazai looks at Yurilet. There is a barely noticeable shift in his expression.
The entire time you have been here. Yes, Dark One, this entire time. With each new passage, I bolstered my spirit further, and my meditation became a stronger barrier against the tendrils of she who thirsts. I endured it. So will you, if you value your soul.
The Drukhari lowers his head in thought. Then he gives Yurilet a sidelong glance.
I should have understood, from what you told me.
Marazai stops himself.
No matter.
Marazai, are you sure you regained your senses?
I forgot myself for a moment, nothing more.
Your presence causing me a great deal of grief, Xenos. Marazai's voice was in furious hissing.
You can't step beyond the veil with nothing but your crude technologies and prayers to a deaf god, and you expect those such as I to rely on such paltry protection from terrors of she who thirsts.
One of the enforcers as his emotions gets the better of him.
Throne's sake, Lord Captain, why are you even listening to him? That there Xenos is worse than a wild beast. How can a ship that sails in a god emperor's slide allow one of his enemies to act like his master here?
Reza looks at the man hungrily.
The living meat that serves you talks too much. They would however make for perfect playthings.
He looks straight at you.
I need strength in order to suffer through your oafish voyages beyond the veil. If I don't obtain a source of such sustenance, Silent Thresh will only keep testing my limits.
Lord Captain, the officer has a point. Abelard glows at Marazai. If things continue like this, we might end up with a mutiny on our hands. A massacre during every warp jump. As if we didn't have enough troubles to deal with on days like this.
He shakes his head. I will change nothing my feet on where please. I shall grant you hunting grounds, Marazai. Beyond the lower decks, you can do whatever your heart desires down there, but you're not the... I forbid you from moving around about the ship unsupervised, and from here on out you will be kept on the lock and key and the warp jumps. The alternative is death. The choice is yours. I forbid you from moving on the ship unsupervised. Marazai freezes. You meet his enraged gaze, filled with the promise of torture and agony, but then you almost see something inside him give, forcing him to incline his head slightly.
Let it be as you may, Marish Pujanovsky.
The officer cannot suppress a relieved sigh.
Well, that's something at least. Many thanks, your lordship.
Always ready.
I mean, I would have loved to do something else, but Marazai, homie, you gotta understand. Like, I don't want to kill you, I think you're funny, but, you know, Marazai. Can't talk with him. I suppose I have to go, like, leave here.
It's about
Hydrahon. Another crazy servant. Yeah, this is, I mean, I feel the best I can do for him. Like, listen, either you're going to get killed, or, you know, like, either death or that. But yeah, I think that... How long have I been streaming? 4 hours, damn. Okay, last thing I'm gonna do then is I'm going to collect the rest of all these things here that I can get. Skitaria Ranger armor, yeah, I'll just collect everything and then just sift through it. The Drusians, yeah sure, more stuff. Lurker? I barely know her. Oh damn! The Lurker shows his face, Mr. Flippums. Hey man, hey. Oy, 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 oy. Okay, we got lots of loot. So you really want the heavy bolter? I'm not giving you the heavy bolter. Wow, that looks cool as shit. Wow, this looks cool as shit. I like this. Heavy bolter, I hardly know her. Heavy bolter, I barely know her. Yeah. Yeah. A Goofy's like, yeah, I'm Goofy. Yeah. Where is the heavy bolter? There. The heavy bolter. Each kill with this weapon increases the rate of fire by 1. Ay, 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 ay. More hydration, thank you. Drink some water, already on it. Didn't I have a flamethrower? Like, there was a flamethrower in one of these, I think. Supposedly not here. Pascal, you wear this helmet. I also have some Skitari armor for you here somewhere. Here, Skitari armor. I mean, he's a Skitari, he has to, you know. Psychic body glove. When shooting lost shell from the shotgun, yeah, no. They have lots of weapons here. I mean, is there a weapon? There was a weapon I was kind of interested in, but there was nothing as good as the Carnage. Power Maul, nah. Immaterium's is Channeler. Yeah, I got lots of things. An ally under the effect of the verses break their ranks a bit against +1 deflection for each enemy. Or break their rank. Break their ranks! I already have this one. Slash dash or kick. Shield thing. No, if not wearing any armor, they can dodge. So if I make Lysandra just butt-ass naked. What is she wearing right now? I mean, this gives 50 armor, but I could also give her... but it gives +2 Psy rating as well. Nah. I maybe should have read through the things that I could get without just redeeming all of them. I mean, yeah, Argenta has the improved heavy bolter. Recoil of 6 with 20 recoil? Damn, I mean, max ammo. Yeah, the max ammo was a bit lower, but... Can you really complain? 35%. Reloading a shotgun. The wielder suffers 1 level of burning and cannot remove burning through resistance tests. At the end of the turn, the wearer inflicts 0 levels of burning on all adjacent allies. I mean, technically good for Pujan, but... I mean, 1 deflection. He already has 10 deflection. Doesn't really make a difference. Suffers 50% less warp damage. Gains 15 strength, and once the wearer takes damage for the first time in a round, his armor unleashes a lightning strike. Dealing 3 damage to all creatures in a 2-star rating. I take it Lysandra can't wear power armor? Yeah, she can't wear power armor. Yeah, I mean... The skills with intelligence, right? Or Psy rating. Yeah, but, I mean... Lysandra in a power armor would be cool. Yeah, I'll keep this. I'll keep this just in case. Add to favorites, just so I don't accidentally get rid of it. She also got about heavy armor, right? Yeah, no. The wearer gains 17 ballistic skill and 13 weapon skill. Scaling with presumably intelligence? Logic. I mean, wouldn't that be really good for him? Yeah. This is very good for him. So, what else do we have? Anything for Lysandra? There's the parry and attack. Oh yeah, still have to do that thing with her, yeah. No, I currently can't do anything with her. Wait, can I give Ulford? Oh, I can't give him the rock saws. Aw. Wait, but Cassia can wield a rock saw. Like, I can't have her just saw at some guy. But she can also use a... wait, what? What do you mean she can use, like, arc rifles? What the fuck do you mean she can use arc rifles? No, give her a shotgun so that if anyone gets too close to her, she can shoot. They can, like, just make them leave. Limes leave. Limes leave. Oh yeah, this. The wearer's psi rating is increased by +1 against demons for each rank of dogmatic. For a Sandra should be... yeah, no. Going to dinner, let's BRB. Alright, enjoy your dinner. I mean, I won't be streaming for, I don't know, not that much longer, so... What else do I have here? Yeah, I didn't do anything. I suppose he could wear this. Yeah. There you go, psi rating of 3. Hold on, there's this one. When a wearer kills a target with a single range attack for the first time in combat, the wearer immediately makes an additional attack. The wearer successfully seeing a target inflicts stun on the target from round if the target fails a willpower throw. 25 coercion. Oh, the wearer targets an ally with an ability. No, the wearer inflicts a damage of a time effect or kills an ally. An enemy. My sister dropped a stove on my foot. What? What? What the fuck? Is your foot okay? Really? That don't sound very good. That don't sound very good. Yeah, I was wearing boots. Oh, thank God. You should get those boots, like work boots. I have those whenever I have to go to work, like the ones that have like the massive metal stuff. Yeah. Yeah. East Initiative. I mean, her starting combat would be huge. They were most certainly steel-toed. Oh, okay, then okay, then yeah, everything is okay. Steel-toed, they're called in English. Okay. I mean, if you ask me what it's called in German, I couldn't tell you, but also a psi dampening effect. Oh. Wait, is the +1? So what are they called in German? I mean those shoes in themselves are just called security shoes, like Sicherheitsschuhe. Actually, what is it called in German? I guess you could call it Metallschutz, Fußmetallschutz, C Metallschutz, like which would translate into Toe metal cover. Toe metal... like... yeah. Inflicts 9 level of breeding. Not breeding, bleeding. Not breeding. 9 levels of breeding. Then weapon skill 5 strength. Who do I give that to? Ulfar, you want it? Ah, you don't want it. Who could use the strength? You? There's more strength. 25 Medicae. I mean, Argenta technically, but no. And Lardman. Nah, this is too good to pass up. This is way too good to pass up. Increases the rate of fire after wears this weapon by 1. Nah. Minor psychic power allies affected by slogan plus one stack of thick lock effect. Affected by this power. 15 Medicae. Cannot use psychic or navigator powers. Because the parry and attack, they can do it again. They don't really need that ring. Don't need that ring. Ah, look at me, I'm high. Look at me, I'm high. Ooh, I'm so good. I mean, is there anything for Lysandra? Hold on, the Wheel of this gains Vision of Death. This ability is a heroic act. Power level affects the damage of the enemy. Suffer minus 10 penalty against black above the discipline lose by the wielder. Hold on, so this staff gives 15 willpower and 10 perception. And I get Vision of Death. Power level affects the damage of this power. Enemies suffer minus 10 penalty to all resistance checks against psychic powers of the telepathy discipline. So essentially everything. In comparison, this one gives 10 willpower. Allies of the wielder affected by psychic powers get 5 resolve. Nah, that's not really all that good. Nah. It's not bad, but it's not good either. This weapon has an extra attack action which increases armor penetration of all subsequent attacks making the same target, but yeah. I mean, yeah, there isn't a lot. Digit, nah. Plus 3 to weapon skill and ballistic skill, nah. Yeah, sure. This is gonna fit her. Ooh, you look good. Well, better. Each round the versus dodge increased by plus 10 until the end of combat. This effect resets after any attack made. Nah. I mean, what did I give Lysandra that she could be wearing? Something way better. Okay. Yeah, no. I mean, at the start of combat, aware against the effect of the combat stem Serpentine. The greatest armor and dodge is increased by 15%, its edge increased by 15%, but base damage is reduced by 1, armor penetration is reduced by 15%. Nah, I'm good. Anything for Lady Cassia? Whenever blocks an attack? No. I mean, can she even use the 10 agility? I mean, it makes her act faster. The word's cover efficiency is increased by 15%. This doubles if the Mary has not moved during that turn. 50% obviously. The Where's attacks opportunity and additional 10 toxic damage. Only good on Lardman. 10% armor against human enemies, plus 10% dodge. Nah, I'm good. The wearer gains 5 temporary wounds for each of the allies at full wounds and gains 70% more armor. What does it scale with? Persuasion. I mean, that is 65 plus 17. That's 82% armor. I mean, she ain't dying, but she is gonna be late. Like, she does her turn later. Hmm. Hmm. Cargo. Psi rating is increased by 1 as long as the wearer is at 100% wounds, so you have 40% additional damage with the psychic powers and psychic staves. I mean, I lose 10 willpower. She has to be full HP for the damage to hit. Nah, to cargo. The rest successful thing are technically stunned on the target for 1 round, and if the target fails a willpower resistance test. The rest critical damage bonus is doubled against Xenos, demons, and psychers. I mean, she has to wear this, right? Ugh. Ugh, you look ugly as fuck. I mean, it looks so good on her. Like, I know this isn't that relevant anymore. I probably will be, but it just fits. It just fits. It just works. No, it just works. My name is Todd Howard. My name is Todd Howard. Whenever an attack of opportunity is performed against the wearer gains 1 stack of the vengeance effect. The character deals an opportunity to deal additional damage for each stack of the effect. That could actually be good on Lord Man. Oh, he doesn't have an agility bonus. He does have an agility bonus of +4. Agility bonus times vengeance stack. They do attack him often. But for that he needs to deal damage. Then you have to turn the wearer gains stacks of tactical advantage equal to the number of enemies hit during the turn. Nah, I might as well just add to cargo this one. The wearer ignores weapon recall while performing ranged burst attacks. The rate of fire of the wearer's weapon is increased by 15%. Rate of fire is doubled down to the nearest integer. I mean, it's already at 6. And with this, it is 8. But I lose 10 ballistic skill and crit damage. But it ignores weapon recoil. But I think that also means that there is no variation. Like, whatever she shoots, that is where she shoots, and period. Nah, I actually don't like this one. I actually don't like that one now. To cargo. Cargo. Oh, definitely cargo. Once per round, any incoming damage from weapon attack will enter 10% armor for the next round. Cargo. Dogmatic Zealot. Cannot fail any willpower or toughness tests while in combat. Yeah. Cargo. Cargo. It's a turn they deal 9 energy damage to all the adjacent creatures. Ancient Xenomechanism. Its use of revel in slaughter. No. 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 Maybe. No. Slash, dash, or kick. I mean, he does kick. Nah. Another where hits with a ranged weapon within melee range, the target gets 1 stack of perplexed effect. Yeah, it's okay. Enemies in the warrior's area that puts off -6% dodge, and allies within gain dodge. Nah. 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 Definitely not happening. Nah. The wearer can spend all their MP to move to any cell within movement ranges. Movement does not trigger attacks of opportunity, and he does an automatic melee attack skin. Nah. Nah. This one. Combat locus stratagem. Nah. 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 Ranged attack distance by 3. I mean, 4 additional cells for the flamethrower, but nah. Nah. Flexion equal to the 2. This here gives a permanent. Oh, that's a lethality thing. Get rid of this. The wearer dodges an attack to become priority target for the attack until the wearer's next turn. Nah. At the beginning of the combat, the wearer gains a shadow field effect. Nah. Considering psychic phenomenon, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. 20 balls learn move. Nah, we're good. Use an enemy with the melee attack, they immediately gain +1 use of charge, costing 0. I mean, technically good on push, but 15%. Toilet. It will get a very +15% bonus reduction for attacks with melee weapons. So this really blocks an attack with the shield for the first time in a round. They gain 2 MP. I mean, he does block it quite often. Yeah, sure. Abelard have more of that, yeah. Lord looks like a fucking that guy is a tank right now. What is this one? All attacks of opportunity additional 7 damage. Well, this would also be good on Lord, man, but 25 Medicae whenever this goes a critical to hit. No. Rate of fire, yeah. This is just flat damage, so no guarantee it will do something. What is the backpack he's having? When a wearer deals damage with an attack of opportunity, gain the shrouded effect. As long as the wearer has the shrouded effect, when becoming the target of an attack, they automatically dodge after the shrouded effect is removed. I mean, 1 rate of fire. I mean, just 1. Whenever the wearer inflicts burning on an enemy, this effect gains +6 additional levels. I know what, Lord man, you don't need to dodge. Just whenever you inflict burning with your shield, just continue doing your thing. Alright, but wait, isn't there more stuff I can get? Alright. Shipping of some goods. Yeah, there's nothing for me to gain here anymore, but the Explorators had this down here that I was very interested in. The Astartes bolter. There was something else that I wanted. I think that these guys had. What about motif? Or was it Who was it? Was it the Drusians? Valiant Undertaker. Artificer armor. With heavy weapons costs 1 less. Cold-blooded. Oh yeah, the Judex, yeah. That's the thing I wanted. Dragon scale power armor. Yeah, I'm good. Argenta, baby girl. Yeah, I would give you this. It does deal a fuck ton of damage, but it also does mean your range goes down to 2, and these have a range of 5, and I very much prefer that range of 5. Like, I would very much, you'd rather, but do I have anyone else? Wait, what? Oh, Pujan doesn't have Flamer. No. Who can wield a Flamer? Oh, even Lord Man can't. Even you can't. Ulfar? Oh no. Startis Flamer, Heavy Bolter, Eerie Retribution. I mean, yeah, okay, so if it's heavy, you can use it. Okay, the Astartes Flamer is way better. Wolfskin. Mm. Mm. So no one can use that flamethrower. I mean, Pujan with that would be quite funny. But, Energy employed by the Adeptus Astartes are mounted upon Imperial vehicles, and Pujan just holds it. Wait, who has more strength? Pujan has 135? Well, Ulfar, you only have 39. I mean, if I were to give him the bonuses of, yeah, where he gains the, yeah, yeah, Wolfskin, Cargo, Modified Artificer Armor. I mean, technically that makes this, yeah, but, these are light weapons. I mean, it does the same, gives the same strength, and if I do ever find a, like, I don't think I will. Okay, then I suppose the question just doubles down to which looks cooler. This, or this? This, or this? I think I'm gonna use this one just in case I ever shoot with the with the with the multi-melta. The multi-melta. The multi-melta. I mean, 10 toughness does mean strength. Yeah, no, okay. So, stream. Oh, that was a long stream. Oy, oy, oy. Oy, 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 oy. Okay. Ooh, not sure if I want to stream again tonight. I mean, probably, but we'll see. We'll see. Probably will stream.